which could lead to worse over time. That could be toothpaste is 3 times more effective at removing plaque bacteria. What if main causes of bleeding gum? Parodontologists, the gum experts.
Miss Oliver, what case are you here on? Miss Oliver?
Sorry, it took me a minute to get to unmute. It's case
Sure.
number 2202503. It's Credit Corp Solutions versus Yvonne Davis.
All right, thank you. I was just making sure I knew who everybody was.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Mr. Meineke, you're here on TNT Financial?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Would the Moto G Play identify himself? The individual with the dog? And you'll have to unmute yourself, sir.
Me? Yeah, like them.
All right, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, stand by. You're in the
Thank
right
you.
place, Mr. Lycum.
Okay.
No. Ms. Langer, are you here for the Wells Fargo case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I think we have both parties here on that case. I'll be calling that case in just a second.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
We're on the record in docket 2201748. That is Wells Fargo Bank versus Nicole Colthorpe. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Melissa Lingers, P75190 on behalf of the plaintiff, Wells Fargo Bank.
And ma'am, you are Nicole Colthorpe?
Yes, I am.
Can you can hear me all right, Miss Colthorpe?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Ms. Langers, have you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Colthorpe concerning this case?
We did speak at the last pretrial, Your Honor, at the end of November. It's my understanding she's working with a debt settlement company, and she was supposed to get with them and have them reach out to us and set up some type of arrangement. However, we have not heard from the debt settlement company since we
All right.
were last here.
Has the pretrial statement been filled out by either your party, Wells Fargo, or by Nicole Colthorpe? I have one in the file, but I don't, it's blank at this point.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm trying to look through my file real quick to see if one was done on this matter. But it doesn't appear one was.
All right. Well, I have both parties here for this pretrial. Let's go ahead and walk you through the pretrial statement, both parties, and then I'll give you the opportunity to meet on the pretrial. If not, we can just keep it on the docket for discovery purposes and set it for trial. But I do want to get the pretrial statement done, or else we don't have anything to go from.
Yes, Your Honor. That sounds great.
All right, so let's go ahead and we'll do that quickly here. It's Wells Fargo versus Nicole Colthorpe. That's with 2 C's, right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Pretrial was held on 2/13/2023. Appearing was Melissa Langer for the plaintiff. And Nicole Colthorpe for the defense. What issues, Ms. Langer and Ms. Colthorpe, do we have? Is this a collections case?
Yes, Your Honor. This is an unpaid credit card debt.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Colthorpe?
Yes, I do.
Are there any pleadings besides the initial suit?
No, Your Honor.
Do you anticipate any motions, Ms. Langer?
Yes, Your Honor. A motion for summary disposition, please.
Okay. So, Ms. Colthorpe, do you anticipate any motions from your perspective?
No.
Okay, I'm going to say no as the case consolidation. We don't have any admissions of fact at this point, do we, Ms. Langer?
I believe, sorry, let me pull up.
I didn't see any.
Answer.
I didn't see anything that would indicate admissions in the file at this point.
No, Your Honor.
I'm assuming you anticipate some exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll have the credit card statement.
Ms. Colthorpe, do you anticipate any exhibits?
No.
Future discovery, Ms. Langer, how long do you think we could set it for future discovery? I know we had a pretrial on November 29th. It's February 13th today.
I don't need any discovery, Your Honor. I would plan to go straight for the motion for summary unless the defendant needs any further documents from me. I'm happy to provide those.
Ms. Colthorpe, do you have any more documentation you need from Ms. Langer?
No, I don't believe so.
Are there any expert witnesses in the case?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Are you seeking damages other than just the collections issue?
No, Your Honor.
Are you at this time, and I know we're early here in the process, but there is a motion for summary judgment coming. Are you seeking a jury trial or bench trial, Ms. Langer?
Bench trial, Your Honor.
Ms. Langers, do you know if you're seeking a bench jury or jury trial?
Oh, did you not hear me? Sorry, bench trial, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Colthorpe, from the defense perspective?
No, I don't.
All right. Is there anything else you want to put on the record, Ms. Langer, in regards of possibility of settlement or other than the anticipation to file a motion for summary judgment?
No, Your Honor. Just that the defendant is welcome to always contact our office and try and set something up if possible.
All right, and you have that number, Ms. Colthorpe. You understand you can always seek the plaintiff for negotiation purposes.
Okay, yes, I do.
And do you have the number, their contact number?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'm not going to set this case for case. Ms. Langers, do you need this set for case evaluation or mediation?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Colthorpe, are you interested in either one of those prospects at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Plaintiff, Ms. F. Langers, do I have your permission to sign the document, pretrial statement? It's really for our civil department, but it kind of sets things rolling in regards to the time frame for this case.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Yes, you have permission to sign my name.
Same with you, Ms. Colthorpe. Do I have permission to sign the document as we just stated? It's for the civil department in order to keep the case rolling in regards to timeframes.
Yes, you do.
All right, I'll date this February 13th, 2023. And sign it as the judge in this case. Do you want to set this for a hearing before we set it for a final pretrial before jury trial is set, Ms. Langer? I know you have a motion. Do you need some time in order to file that motion for your motion date?
No, Your Honor. I can get that out today.
All right. So let's do this. Let's set it for motion date. And I will await your motion to catch up with a file. What's a good date for? They'll set it. Okay. The civil department will set the motion.
Okay, so
Set it for motion date, motion by a plaintiff for summary disposition. Ms. Colthorpe, I know we probably are talking a bunch of language that you somewhat don't understand. This is really just for time frame purposes to make sure our civil department keeps it on the docket and keeps it moving. So that's their time frame set. We're going to set this. The plaintiff plans to do a motion for summary disposition, essentially saying there are no legal issues here, that the collection's own and it's a way of collecting. It'll give you the priority or the impetus to make sure to contact Ms. Langers or whatever association you're working with in order to make sure that this is being worked on and in a time frame that everybody's good with. All right.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Langers, anything else for the record at this pretrial?
no, Your Honor. If the defendant wishes, I'm happy to speak with her after in a separate breakout room if she's interested.
Ms. Colthorpe, I can have you placed in a breakout room with Ms. Langers right now, just in order to start to facilitate any conversation or negotiation.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, so the pretrial form has been set up, has been filled out, I should say. And Ms. Langers, if you're amenable, I'll have yourself and Ms. Colthorpe placed in a breakout room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So you'll get a prompt in regards to going to that breakout room. Thank you for your appearance and have a nice day today.
Thank you.
Now I think we can call some of these other. All right, let's go ahead and do Mr. Schramm. Ms. Williams, are you ready on Mr. Schramm?
Yes, I am.
All right. Talking to Professor Horvath about you today
Oh,
or
sure.
yesterday.
We saw her at the graduation.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did. She was at a function that I was at for a couple of days and I get to talk to her.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 22-00808 and 22-02421. That's City of Lansing versus Dylan Michael Schramm. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here, filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Mr. Schramm, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Dylan Schramm?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. This is a final pretrial. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city will be dismissing drinking in the park charge and amend the assault and battery to breach of the peace, civil infraction.
All right, so for our file purposes, let me make sure the file docket 22-00808 will be amended to breach of the peace,
Yes.
which is a 90-day, and is that 200?
Not sure.
Is that a
but-
civil infraction?
Yes, it's a civil infraction. It's under MCL 750.170.
170. Okay, civil infraction. What's the fine on that? Do you know? I'll tell you in just a second.
150.
So that's $150 fine. And with a plea to that civil infraction, count one is to be dismissed. Is that
Yes,
true?
Your Honor.
And then the 22-02421 file is to be dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I'm going to restate that for the record, Mr. Mr. Goodrich, just so I know you got it and your clients got it. It's my understanding that file 22-02421 is to be dismissed pursuant to negotiations, and there's amended count one of breach of the peace pursuant to 750.170. That's a civil infraction with $150 fine. Is that your understanding of the plea negotiations?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Glenn, we're in the middle of a hearing right now, so you might want to mute yourself.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Goodrich, will you be accepting responsibility of the breach of the peace on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
Mr. Schramm does accept responsibility for that.
All right. So just so we know we're on the same, that is honor. Just so we're on the same. That's on conduct on or about January 9th, 2022, at the offense location of Michigan Avenue in the city of Lansing. You're accepting responsibility on behalf of your client for breach of the peace with a $150 fine. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With an admission of responsibility to the breach of the peace, the file 22-02421 is dismissed, and count one of the original information is dismissed. So the fine will be $150. How much time does your client need to make that payment?
Well, Your Honor, he is currently obviously in jail until, I believe he's being sentenced in front of you on March 14th. How much time do you think you would need to pay off $150?
Not that long. I can get a job
Do
pretty
you think you need a month or 2 months after that?
quick. Yeah, like 2 months.
All right, so we're set for February 13th, March 13th. Let's do 60 days. So 60 days to pay. So 60 days to pay the $150 fine. And that'll be paid by April.
Your Honor, can we actually get 1 more month because he may remain in jail for a month?
All right, let's do 90 days to pay the $150 fine. And we'll make it May 13th. We'll make it May 15th, which is a Monday. May 15th at 5 o'clock, which is a Monday. That'll just make sure that everything's set and, you know, to give whatever time's needed. So you have till May 15th at the city, at the counter to make that $150 payment, okay? That'll release you of your responsibility for the civil infraction.
All right.
Anything else for the records, either record on docket 22-00808 or 22-02421? Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Shrimp, we'll see your sentencing soon, all right? Let's do one of these civil cases. All right, Mr. Meineke, let's call your case. That's 22-01166. And that is TNT Financial Incorporation versus Mark Mitchell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Oh, good morning, Your Honor. James Meineke appearing on behalf of the plaintiff TNT Financial, Inc.
All right, this is set for motion today. I'm looking for Mr. Mitchell. I don't see Mr. Mitchell in the Zoom courtroom. And I don't see Mr. Mitchell in the physical courtroom. Is there anybody in the physical courtroom by the name of Mark Mitchell? Mr. Noble, you're not Mark Mitchell?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Meineke, how would you like? It appears this was set for 8:30. It is now 9:01. The defendants failed to appear. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, we'd like to proceed by way of default and the entry of the default judgment. This case has had kind of a long and illustrious history in your court. We had actually submitted a default judgment, the MC 7A, and it was returned to us. I think the court set this hearing on their own volition. There were two defendants. One defendant has been dismissed for non-service. So we'd ask for a default judgment against Mark Anthony Mitchell Jr. for damages in the amount of $9,467.97. Court costs consisting of a filing fee of $75, service fee of $65. The defendant was served in Florida. And then a motion fee for a second sum of $20 for a total court cost of $160. Along with the $75 attorney fee by default, we'd ask for a judgment today of the amount of $9,702.97.
All right. And you'll follow up with an order to catch up with the file?
I will, Your Honor. There may
All
be
right,
one in the,
the
there may be one in
defendants
the
failed
file.
to. I'm uncertain if there's a new one in the file.
Well, I can replace that, Judge. That's fine.
Yeah, there's an amended one and a proof of service. Just to be safe, let's follow it up and I'll sign the new one. So the default's granted for the fail to appear. And then if you follow up with a new order, I'll sign it.
All right, will do, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else for the record? 22-01166, Mr. Meineke?
Nothing further this morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your appearance. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and call 2998. So we're on the record in Estera Credit Union versus Matthew Ethington. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Do we have a
Yes.
representative from? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor, it's Matthew Ethington.
So you are Matthew Ethington, sir. Do we have a representative of Estera Credit Union? Is there anybody in the Zoom courtroom representing Estera Credit Union? Is anybody in the physical courtroom representing Estera Credit Union? And Mr. Ethington, I know that Astera Credit Union filed a subpoena in this case, and then you were placed, because I read your letter indicating you should be here, and now they're not here.
Yes, Your Honor.
A defendant was properly served with an order to appear and failed to appear. This is a previous failed to appear on several occasions. And I know that you contacted the court in regards to this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had any contact with the credit union concerning this matter?
I had contact last week with the law offices that were now taking up the case. It was Velo law offices, and I called to try and give them information that would not allow us to have to come to the show cause. And I called them on numerous occasions, and they said that they didn't have anything on record to show up here today. And I was just asking if I could give them what they would need in the show cause to satisfy it. And they again told me that they didn't have anything on record. So I called the clerk's office back and let them know.
Right. I understand. I think I understand what happened. You were show cause for your fail to appear, which is really a hearing between yourself and the court in regards to why you failed to appear on January 9th and then December 7th.
Okay.
What is a good new address for you? Just so I'm going to dismiss the show cause because you appeared today. So that's not an issue. That was there's a PR bond, a $300 PR bond, and a show cause for your fail to appear. I just want to make sure we have a good contact address for you. So for any future hearings, both sides can get here. That's why Astera's not here, is because it's really a hearing between yourself and the court. I just want to make sure we have a proper notice sent so that we can continue this case with new counsel, because it sounds like Mr. Renner is no longer involved in it. It sounds like there's a new lawyer involved. Is that correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
All right, fair enough. So what is a good address so you'll get notice of any future hearings? And then I'll work with your schedule. I just want to make sure we can find you so you can get here.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. My address is 5122 Grape Arbor. That's 2 words. Grape Arbor Lane.
And that's Lansing?
Correct.
48917.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'm going to dismiss the show cause.
Thank you.
Defendant appeared. It appears that you will probably most likely get a notice to appear concerning a pretrial, because I don't think there's even been a pretrial on this. This is an older case, because this predates me. This is a Judge Alderson case. But just as long as you know where to show up and come, and if you have any problems, contact the civil department or my staff, and we'll make arrangements. But I want to make sure you get here so we don't have to show cause you again. All right, Mr. Ethington?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So I've dismissed the show cause, de-appeared, and it should be reset for pretrial, in which everybody will get notice. Do you have anything else for the docket 20-02998, Mr. Ethington?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today, and we'll see you next time. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on the record. Docket 21-02971. That's TD Bank versus Christina Eckert. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Is there anybody here from TD Bank? And is Christina Eckert here? All right. I do have that's been placed in the file, a stipulation regarding installment payments that was not initially made part of the file. So for the record, it looks like there was a previous one. So I'm going to set that file aside until I can take a look at it. And we'll call docket 2202-503. That's Credit Corp Solutions versus Yvonne Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Lynn Olivier, appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
This is the time set for a pretrial on a civil matter. I do not see Miss Yvonne Davis in the Zoom courtroom. Is Miss Yvonne Davis in the physical courtroom? So it appears today for the pretrial that Miss Davis has failed to appear. I'll indicate for the record that I'm looking for any type of notice that Miss Davis would have. I don't see a notice, Miss Olivier, about if she know. I have a note indicating that she would be present and willing to attend any date. But I don't see, I see a mailed notice at the Olympia Drive, Lansing, Michigan. That was for the court on February 13th. Is that the notice you received, ma'am?
Yes, that's today's hearing.
All right. So I do receive the mailed notice. I'll indicate it's 9/12. This was scheduled for 8:30. It's now 9:12. I do have a note in the file of it's the same address. It's 227 Olympia Drive. And that is of January 3rd, indicating that was the correct address to send it to, because that's where her mail comes from. It appears that she received at least mailed notice. Miss Olivier, how would you like to proceed today?
Plaintiff requests the entry of a default as to the defendant and the entry of a default judgment for plaintiff and against defendant as prayed for in plaintiff's complaint, that being damages of $1,560.44, costs of $92.25, $75 statutory attorney fee for a total judgment amount of $1,727.69.
All right.
And do you want that emailed to the court today?
I do. If you could follow that up with an order, I'll await the order to catch up with the file. Orally, the default's granted. I see that the defendant, Yvonne Davis, received notice through the same means that you received notice at the same address that her letter was written to the court. So I will wait for the order to catch up with the file in the amount of $1,727.69. Mr. Glenn, once. Who's that?
She's muted too.
He's muted too. All right. Anyway, Miss Olivier, if you follow up that in order, I'll sign that. All right, ma'am.
Thank you so much. You have a good.
All right, you're all set on docket 2202-503. Thank you for your appearance and have a nice day.
Thanks, you too.
How about Mr. Dahlquist?
Yeah, I'm ready on that.
All right. I see you here. Right, we're on the record in docket 2202-921. That is the City of Lansing versus Connor Dahlquist. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And go ahead, Mr.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Mr. Dahlquist, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Connor Dahlquist?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. This is the time set for I believe it's a final pretrial in the matter. Miss Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city will be entering in a diversion agreement with Mr. Dahlquist. I would like to state the requirements of the agreement on the record. The city will be dismissing the case at this time, given that Mr. Dahlquist will be completing 40 hours of community service by May 13. And he will be paying $150 fine to the city treasury. Upon completion, the charges will not be issued if he was successful to complete the agreement, the requirements of the agreement. If he fails to do so, the charges will be issued.
All right. Reissued.
Yes.
Okay. And this was on a ticket, correct?
Yes.
All right.
For trespassing on property. Of
All right. So I'll restate that for the record, Mr. Goodrich. So the ticket is dismissed pursuant to diversion with the city. Part of that diversion, as indicated for the record, is $150 payment to the City of Lansing and community service. Is that a
Yes,
fair
Your
statement?
Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Dahlquist?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So with that understanding, the ticket is dismissed in the case. You know, it can be reissued if you don't comply with what you need to do. But for our purposes, the ticket is dismissed today and you'll enter your City of Lansing diversion program. All right, sir?
All right.
All right. Anything else for the record? 2202-921, Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noble, are you ready on Nokel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Williams, you ready on Nokel?
Yes, I am.
All right. Let me find that file. 2203.
I don't even need to make sure if I'm in the right courtroom.
Mr. Calloway, let's see. You're in the right courtroom. You should probably mute yourself because this is a Zoom courtroom, but you are in the right courtroom. All right, sir? Nickel? Let me find it. 3-1. Let's see. 3-4. I'm looking for 3-3-8-3. That's what I'm looking for. It's 3-1-8-3. I'm ahead of it. It's 3-4. There we go. Too many files. Too many files. All right, I'm good. All right, we're on the record in docket 2203-383 and the accompanying ticket. That is the City of Lansing versus Nicole J. Neckel. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Daniel Noble and the law firm P86217 on behalf of Ms. Nagel, who's appearing via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Nicole Neckel?
Yes.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Neckel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter and on both the underlying misdemeanor and the civil infraction. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that the defense attorney needs time to confer with his clients. I would like to adjourn for 30 days.
Adjourn for how many?
30 days.
Where are we at? We're at 70 days right now. I can give you, I can give you 21 days. Will that work?
It's fine, Your Honor. Our
All
client is trying to confer with her insurance company to see how she can proceed with them.
Right.
But 21 days should give us enough time.
All right, 21 days. With the understanding that this is working towards and working with an insurance company and nothing's gonna be short. So what's the time frame? What's the date?
March 6th at night.
March 6th at 9 a.m. March 6th. 9. So we've adjourned to March 6th at 9 a.m. at the request of it appears the defense at this time, but this is really at the both parties for compliance purposes and to speak with the insurance. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams, in docket 22-03383?
No, Your Honor.
Anything,
thank
Mr.
you.
Noble?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Nakel, please keep in contact with your attorney, Dan Noble. We'll see you on March 6th at 9 a.m. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance, Mr. Noble. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too. Mr. Callaway.
Mr. McLeod, he's been in jail for a while.
Oh, Mr. Mc. Let's go ahead and do that. That's either Aaron or Luke.
It's Aaron.
So it's Luke.
So, yeah, well.
All right. We'll wait for one of them to show up. I'm gonna give you that TD Bank file. I just want, there was a stip in order, which is why nobody showed up. So I'll just sign that, but I want to read it first.
Okay.
And I didn't want to. Ms. Williams, was Mr. Noble around your time at the school?
No.
No? Was he after you?
I've never seen him before.
I had him in Crim Law and Crim Pro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
I started 2018.
I think you were probably after. You were probably. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. I don't know if you were before or after him. Yeah. I know him pretty well. He is pretty good friends with Patrick Abood.
Okay.
And he works with the Abood law firm, Andrew Abood law firm.
Because Mr. Anderson, he's covering for Mr. Anderson.
Yeah.
Original.
He's married to one of the Miller girls, which are the hockey.
Oh, okay.
Ryan Miller and the hockey players. He's married to one of their daughters.
Okay.
So he's a nice guy. He really is a nice guy.
So what was Professor Horvath saying about us?
What did she say? She said something about, Mr. Callaway came and left. Let's go ahead and admit. She remembered you. Obviously you know her.
Yeah,
I just can't, I think we were scanning the conference to see how many students we've had in the past, there. And then she mentioned your name and I was like, she's not Rishmawi anymore, and that's how the conversation started.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you have a case today? What's your name?
Duke, Ariana.
All right. You're here for your 9 o'clock?
It was 8:30, I thought.
9 o'clock. So
Okay.
you're
Early.
yeah, you're perfect. Well, you're 25 minutes late, but
She's been.
Oh, you've been here? Okay.
Yeah, Lauren was talking to her earlier.
All right.
this morning.
Then you're all set. No, we're trying to figure out, we were at at MSU at a conference and competition.
Okay.
And we were trying to see how many of our, Karen Prestel was there. I don't know if you remember Karen. She was after you.
Oh,
She was with,
she works with David.
she works in the same department
Yes.
as David.
Yes.
Yep. And then Vicky Coe was there from Clark Hill.
No.
She's way before you.
Okay, yeah.
She was on one of my national teams, like in 2008 or 9.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that's.
So
I should probably share the good news with you.
what's that?
We're expecting twins.
Are you really?
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You and I will have to talk in the
Yes.
future once this
You
is.
and David would have to talk.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to Mr. Williams too. We'll have to go out. And he should talk to Karen. Because
Yeah.
twins are a whole different, and you're like us, you're having twins right off the bat.
We
So
are.
Go ahead. Hey, can you look at the shutter load and see?
Everybody knows we're working, not talking about kids. So we're on the record in docket 22-01734. That is City of Lansing versus Joshua Taylor. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich of the Public Defender's Office. I am not officially representing Mr. Taylor, but I would like to address his matter with the court. Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And sir, you are Joshua Taylor?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Miss Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe the defense attorney would like to adjourn because he has not been assigned to the case yet.
All right.
Then they need to receive discovery and.
Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
And Your Honor, to be clear, Mr. Taylor requested a public defender at his arraignment on January 18th. There doesn't appear to be any paperwork in my office's system, so I don't know if that got lost along the way.
Right.
So we would like to request an adjournment on his behalf, and we filled out a form to get that taken care of. Your Honor.
All right. So, and that's your understanding, Mr. Taylor, that we're going to adjourn the matter today. You made application to the Public Defender's Office. They're a bureaucracy, just like every bureaucracy, and maybe that paperwork got lost. Mr. Goodrich is asking for adjournment today so we can fix all that, okay?
Sir.
All right. All right. So new pretrial date?
March 6th at 9.
March 6th at 9 o'clock. So we'll do March 6th at 9 o'clock in order for the adjournment. No objection by the people. Anything else for docket 22-01734, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Taylor, we'll see you back here on March 6th at 9 a.m., okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and tell Mr. Calloway we're going to put him in a breakout room. He might have left again. No, he's right there. Mr. Calloway, are you there? Maurice Calloway? It's frozen. Mr. Calloway, are you there? Mr. Calloway, are you there? Mr. Calloway? You're gonna have to unmute yourself, Mr. Calloway, and you probably should stop walking around. Are you there, sir?
I am here.
All right, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your public defender so you can speak to him about the case, all right?
Right.
All right, so once Mr. Goodrich joins, I'll place you in a breakout room with him. And you should get a prompt to go to that room, but we'll wait for him to join. He's going to join in a couple seconds. And Ms. Sutter, are you ready to go on Ms. Duke?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 21-022-114 and 2115. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Ariana Duke. Actually, and there's 22-03132. So 3 files. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Duke, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Ariana Duke.
I am.
This is the time set for a pretrial on 3 matters. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Ms. Duke will be pleading guilty to no ops, and in return, the city will dismiss driving with license suspended and will amend the no insurance misdemeanor to no insurance civil infraction.
Tell me what the serial numbers are on the 09.
Mr. Calloway, you should mute yourself. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we'll amend file 2102-115 to no insurance civil infraction, correct?
Yes, that's under 257.328, section 1.
Section 1. And what's the cost for this, for that civil infraction? You know the cost for
That is 150.
150? Okay. All right, I'll restate that for the record, Ms. Sutter. There's a plead guilty to 2102-114, which is the no ops. With a plea to the no ops, the driving while license suspended in 2203-132 is to be dismissed. And the case in the no insurance misdemeanor in 2102-115 will be amended to the no insurance civil infraction under 257.32A parents 150 pursuant to the plea agreement. Is that your understanding?
It is.
All right. May I inquire of your client of their advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor. And in regards to the civil infraction, I will accept responsibility on her behalf.
Perfect. All right, so let's move that one. We'll put the civil infraction aside. We'll do the misdemeanor first. And so, Ms. Duke, you understand that the maximum penalty for no ops, the misdemeanor in this case, let me find the complaint, so I'll read it right from the complaint. It's actually the ticket. Is 90 days and or 250 or 200?
100.
100? Okay. So plead to 90 days and or $100 fine. Do you understand that's the maximum penalty you could get in this?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
And so it's my understanding you want to plead guilty today, is that right?
Yes.
All right. If you plead guilty today, you'll be giving up the following rights you have in this misdemeanor case, and I'll walk you through those, okay? You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent till proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to question those witnesses against you. You have the court order any witnesses on your defense. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter. She would cross-examine any witnesses and contest any charges brought against you at trial. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you will give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement given. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You'll be giving up any appeal to a trial because you won't have a trial. You'll be pleading guilty in this case. Do you understand that, ma'am? And if you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
And you can go ahead and put Mr. Goodrich and Mr. Calloway. Okay, so there. I'm going to bring your attention back to July 20th of 2021 at the offense location of Washington and Baker in the city of Lansing. Were you in the city of Lansing on July 28th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
And were you operating a motor vehicle at the time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an operator's license on your person?
No, I didn't.
All right. Any questions concerning the factual basis of this case, which is it's written under the city code 400.02, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter, concerning the factual basis on the misdemeanor no ops?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. I find that plea to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we'll talk about sentencing in this case. I'll ask, but there's also just so we're on the same page here, there's a insurance that has been made into a civil infraction, $150 civil infraction. And just so we know from the same tickets, and that is ticket, I want to make sure, L265609. Is that the ticket you're working from, Ms. Sutter?
Yes, it is.
All right. And you accept responsibility for the no insurance civil infraction in the case?
I do.
All right. With that understanding, there's a plea to the no ops and the civil infraction of no insurance. The driving while license suspended is dismissed. These are traffic offenses. Ms. Williams, do you have a preference as to whether we proceed to immediate sentencing or not?
I have no objections to immediate sentencing.
Ms. Sutter, do you have any objection to immediate sentencing?
I would
today?
request it, Your Honor.
Okay, I was assuming you'd request it. Any allocution on behalf of your client concerning fines and costs?
Your Honor, just that I would ask that they be kept to the minimum as much as possible. Ms. Duke is dealing with several cases right now, as I'm sure the court is aware. All of them, as far as I'm understanding, she is in compliance with, but they are financial burdens. She's on a GPS tether for another case right now. So given her situation and her attempts to be doing as well as she possibly can in all of them, I would ask the court to be kind in their fines to her. Thank you.
So on the misdemeanor, I have no choice but to follow within guidelines of the Crime Victims' Rights Act, which is $75 and the $25 to the state for $125. I'll fine you $50 for the no ops, which is a total of $175. That's on the misdemeanor case. There's a civil infraction of $150. So that would make a grand total of $325. You want some time to make that payment.
Yeah.
How much time, and I know you have a sentencing coming up. So let's set it at 60 days for now, 2 months. Would that work?
That should work, yes.
Ms. Sutter?
That would seem appropriate, Your Honor.
All right, so so the $175 payment on the misdemeanor will be paid to the city of Lansing by, let's see if we can get this, February 15th, April. Let's go April 14th. Okay, and that's a Friday. And then I'll make the same on the $150 payment for the civil infraction paid to the city attorney, city of Lansing, I should say. By, yes. So 90, just in case. Okay, on the second one, let's do May 15th.
And my second one, is that the civil infraction?
That's a civil
Okay,
infraction,
thank you.
yeah. By May 15th, $150. So yeah, by April 14th on the misdemeanor for $175 and May 15th for the civil infraction for the $150, just to keep anybody from show causing you, all right? And I understand you still have another case in front of the court, but we'll get there when we get there, okay? All right. Anything else for the record and docket? Any one of these dockets? So that is 22114, 222115, or 3132. Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll see you again, Ms. Duke,
Thank
okay?
you.
All right. Mr. Goodrich, you should get a prompt to go to the, have you already been to the breakout room?
I already spoke with
right,
Mr. Calloway and we're ready to proceed on his matter.
Perfect. All right. You're way ahead of me. All right. So they're on the record in docket 21-00127. That is the city of Lansing versus Maurice Calloway. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Imani Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Mr. Calloway.
And sir, you are Maurice Calloway?
Yes,
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Calloway?
I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to defer to the public defender. How would you like?
Mr. Goodrich?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think there was some miscommunication with Mr. Calloway as far as what was being asked of. It's my understanding that this criminal matter will be dismissed if he's able to pay off $150 that is currently owed to the court on this case. He is willing to do so, but didn't understand he needed to do that. So we would just ask for a brief adjournment in this case. And then with the idea that Mr. Calloway would pay off the $150 and potentially we wouldn't even need the court hearing.
Your Honor, I would like to clarify. So this is an old case that another attorney from our office covered, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. And the notes that I had on the file and the notes that Ms. Holden was able to obtain for me was that the charge will be dismissed if Mr. Galloway was going to pay $150 for the victim for the damages that he caused to her vehicle.
All right, but $150 damages to the victim's vehicle, and that would come through the city, that wouldn't go right to the victim.
Yes.
All right.
It
And
has
Mr.
actually already been
Callaway-
ordered on the file, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's actually been ordered, so this is a 2021 case. And it's a year old. Mr. Callaway, you've got a year-old case here. So I'm gonna set it for final pretrial with the understanding that it still exists. All this, I'm assuming the offer's still on the table.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm gonna set it for final pretrial and jury trial. And the final pretrial date is
February 27th at 8:30.
February 27th at 8:30. So, Mr. Callaway, the plan here is to make whatever payment that would put you in compliance with the plea agreement by February 27th at 8:30.
Okay, I didn't understand. The way I understood it was they were setting the other court date to I guess to set what day I had to pay. That's the way I understood it, Your Honor. I would have paid it before this court date.
Right. Well, now you know. Now you've got a date. Pay it before February 27th, and all this goes away. So February 27th at 8:30. If you make payment to the City of Lansing will make sure the victim gets it, and then Mr. Goodrich can contact the court and understand we can take it off the docket for final pretrial. We'll set it for jury trial 2 on
March 13th at 8:15.
March 13th at 8:15. That is more perfunctory than anything. That's just to keep the case going. But we'll set it for that. D to make compliance by 2/27 at 8:30. All right. Anything else for the record, Mr. Goodrich? Mr. Callaway, you have till February 27th to make compliance with the plea agreement, so the case will be dismissed. All right, sir?
Understandable, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Goodrich, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so that's all for the record, docket 21-00127. Mr. Callaway, thank you for your appearance today. All right, sir?
Thank you.
Let's do McClure.
McCluth, okay.
And then we'll do.
Oh, I haven't.
Have you
been able
spoken?
to- I've not been able to speak with Mr.
Do you want to
McCluth.
speak
You're
with him?
ready on Marquise Glenn, Wilson.
All right, let's do those two, and then let's get you in a breakout room with Mr. McClure just to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Because he's been. All right, so who's next?
Kendall Glenn. Yeah.
Mr. Glenn. All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-00889. That's City of Lansing versus Marcus Glenn. Is that the right case?
Yes.
Okay. Will parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Glenn, who joins us via Zoom.
All right. And sir, you are Marcus Glenn, and you should unmute yourself, sir.
It's Marquise Glenn.
Marquise Glenn. All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Glenn?
Yes, can you hear me?
All right. I can. Thank you.
All right.
So this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Miss Williams, how are we proceeding?
Hi, Your Honor. My understanding is that Mr. Glenn would like to work on obtaining his license, so we can adjourn for 30 days.
Yeah, we've adjourned this twice. We've
Yeah.
adjourned this on November 29th. And then we adjourned it on December 27th for 40 days for compliance. So Mr. Glenn is running out of time. Ms. Sutter, is that your understanding that Mr. Glenn is seeking compliance? He just hasn't made compliance.
That's correct, Your Honor. He had to take a class and he's scheduled for his test next week.
All right, so let's set it for final pretrial after next week's day. I think we have that February 27th day.
Yeah, final pretrial at 8:30 on the 27th.
So final pretrial on February 27th at 8:30. That will be after next date's texting time. And so we should have some indication of how we're doing from there. And we'll set it for jury trial. This is really just for scheduling purposes.
Your Honor, I really don't think
We
a
don't
jury
think
trial
we
is
need a
necessary.
All right, that's okay. So let's leave a jury trial out, February 27th at 8:30 for final pretrial. So Mr. Glenn, you have February 27th to comply. Sounds like you have the test next week. So this should all work within that time frame. Okay, sir?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-00889? We're set for final pretrial on February 27th at 8:30. Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Mr. Glenn, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. You should have all compliance measures met by February 27th. All right, sir?
All right.
You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right.
That was Mr. Ford.
Yeah, I do know.
What was the other case?
Wilson Willoughby.
And this is the- Oh, and then-
He's here. So English is here on Stenbeck. Oh. And is Wilson Willoughby in the courtroom?
She's
or-
on Zoom.
Okay.
It's Mazzani Wilson Willoughby in the bottom corner there.
I'm here.
Juan's iPhone?
No, she's labeled with her actual name.
There you are. I see you. I see you, Miss Wilson Willoughby. All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-02693. That is City of Lansing versus Mazzani Wilson Willoughby. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Miss Wilson Willoughby, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Mazzani Wilson Willoughby?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Miss Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city would like to amend the charge failure to stop or identify after property damage accident to the civil infraction of careless driving.
Careless driving.
That's under MCL 257.626B.
626B. I think that's a 3-point, right?
Yes, that's 3 points.
And what's the fine on that?
I believe it is 215.
That one's a little different. 215, thank you. All right, so my understanding is it's going to be amended the civil infraction under 257.626B, careless driving. That's a 3-point ticket, $215 fine. Is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor, and I will accept responsibility on my
All
client's
right.
behalf.
All right, so I'm just so we're working from the same ticket. The ticket is L272431.
Yes.
All right. And you accept responsibility for your client for the careless driving under 257.626B.
I do.
All right. With that understanding, the Secretary of State will allocate the points of 3 points in that regard. There's $215 fine. Does your client need some time to pay that?
She does, Your Honor. I would request 30 days for her.
All right. So 30 days to pay the $215 fine. And that will be April. We'll give you April, so Friday, April 14th. At 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
So you have until Friday, April 14th to make the $250 fine. Do you understand that, Ms. Willoughby?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record, docket 22022693, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Wilson Willoughby. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. McCluth, you're on the tablet, correct?
Yeah.
All right, I'm in just a minute, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your public defender, all right? As soon as we take care of some cases, all right?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Sutter, what cases is that?
This is Mark Smith, Your Honor.
Okay. Smith. We're on the record in docket 23-00149 and 22-01294. That's City of Lansing versus Mark Kevin Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Smith, who is standing to my right.
Sir, you are Mark Kevin Smith?
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to ask for an adjournment for 60 days for compliance purposes.
And Ms. Sutter, that's your understanding?
It is.
All right, I see that we previously adjourned this from a pretrial on January 27th to today's date. So this is the last adjournment in the case for compliance purposes. We'll set it 60 days out.
Are you, this This is my first appearance with Mr. Smith. I don't think we've.
I have a pretrial set. Oh,
I have no notes.
that's part of
on
the
this case
arraignment.
either. Yes.
So I was very
It's a
confused. This
January
is the first time-
27th. Yep, I have a January 27th. That is the date. It was rearranged for this purpose for February 13th. There was something wrong with one of the arraignments on January 27th. Because I have an indication that the arraignment was a bad arraignment for that date. All right, so let's set it for 60 days out.
April 17th
April 17th
at 9 a.m.
at 9 a.m.
I apologize. Could you repeat the time? one more?
April 17th at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Thank you.
We always know where to find you, Miss Sutter. It's
This
usually
is
right
true.
here.
This is true.
So it's reset for April 17th at 9 a.m. for compliance purposes, sir. So if you keep in contact with your attorney, Miss Sutter, and hopefully we won't have to see you on that date. It'll all be taken care of. All right. Anything else, Miss Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank
Anything,
you.
Miss Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record. In both of these dockets, 23-00149 and 22-01294. Thank you for your appearance today.
And just be clear, there was also there was a third file there.
Is there?
It's on the,
Oh,
it's
it's
on
a
the back
ticket.
side of the
Yep.
docket, yeah.
There's a ticket. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm working on that notice.
All right, that's 149.
So with all this, people could come to court anywhere, almost anywhere.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, they could be almost at work and take the.
They really shouldn't, but yes, they can. That's right.
Pretty interesting.
Yep. It doesn't always make for the best hearing, but I'm just glad everybody's showing up.
That's kind of my attitude.
Yeah.
They're here and
I mean,
frequently
so-
they wouldn't be otherwise.
I mean, actually, people can go to court from wherever they're at.
For pretrials, yes. For anything that requires some type of contesting of evidence, usually live in person.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think, yeah, all right. Right.
Call me if you have any questions, sir. I'm still in breakout room 2 for Mr. Recluse, if you don't mind.
All right.
Hey, Wendy. Did you receive the motion to withdraw that I forwarded to you?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Yep.
On Stenbeck.
Why is Mr. English now wanting to be in a room?
With whom? With me?
He just said confirming in judge's room. Actually doesn't say anything.
Does he just want to be here to make sure we got the motion?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Because, I don't know.
All right.
I'm not sure.
Yes, I gave it to the judge, Miss Williams.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll stick it in the file when we.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hi,
Mr.
I was,
Palomino?
yes. My court was at 9 o'clock. I was just wondering if I'm still gonna be heard.
You are, when your attorney is available, we'll either set you in a breakout room or call your case, all right?
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who's on? All right, Mr. English and Miss Stenbeck. Let's call that case. That's 2 files. Let me find that. And I did.
In this case, Judge, is at 87 days in the drug court.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-03107 and the accompanying ticket 22L2745102. City of Lansing versus Sarah Stenbeck. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And sir, you're John English?
Yes, Your Honor. John M. English, P59-500 on behalf of Ms. Steenbeck.
And ma'am, you are Sarah Stenbeck?
Yes.
All right. This is set for a pre-trial today, and then I have a motion to withdraw from yourself, Mr. English?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Let's see. Do you have any objection to the motion to withdraw, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, no
All right.
objections.
So at this time, the defense attorney moves to withdraw, and that motion's granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court would note from the motion, Ms. Steenbeck and myself are asking the court to appoint her counsel.
All right. So, Ms. Steenbeck, at this point in time, I'm going to give you the number of the public defender's office so you can contact them in regards to making application for counsel. I will tell you this, Ms. Steenbeck, your case it's been adjourned twice. So there's been an adjournment as of, well, there's a stipend order of November 28th, a adjournment of December 6th, and an adjournment of December 27th. So you should set this as a priority. It's a drunk driving case, to contact the public defender's office in regard to this case. Let me give you a number for them, okay?
Okay.
The number that you should contact and make application to is 517
Okay.
679 2979.
I got it.
Or you can go in person at 320 North Washington Square, Suite 100, Lansing, Michigan 48933, during normal business hours. But if you have that, what we'll do is we'll adjourn today's pretrial so you can make application. And we're going to reset it. Is that February 27th date still? So we'll set it for second pretrial on that. So we're going to set it for second pretrial on February 27th at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And make sure that you give them that date when you call the PD's office, all right?
I will.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22031907 or the accompanying ticket of 22L2743102? Anything else, Ms. Stenbeck?
No.
All right. Just make sure you put a priority on contacting the public defender so they'll be present on February 27th. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. You're all set, Mr. England. Your motion to withdraw has been granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record on those two, on that file and the accompanying ticket.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Ms. Stenbeck, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Where'd the tablet go? Oh, he's still in the.
What's the tablet you're talking about?
The Ingham County tablet. He's in room 2. Did you want
He's
to?
with me right now. I'm just asking.
All right, so
questions
let's leave
before
him
I-
in there.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, I told him not to leave yet, or he can't, but
right. And we have Palomino and Lycum too.
yes, I'm gonna hop on with it. They're both mine. I'm gonna hop
All
on
right,
with them.
okay. You just let us know.
Will do, thank you.
Lahonte. That's got to be Lahonte Costa, right? Guessing.
Yes.
That's me, the judge. They're gonna find our per for walk right up. One. Oh, no.
Judge?
We're on the record in docket 22-01144, 22-01464, 22-02726, and 22-02878. That's City of Lansing versus Luke Nickerson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor, Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Office of the Public Defender, filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Mr. Nickerson on all of these matters. He is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Luke Nickerson? Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Williams, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we reached an agreement and the Mr. Nickerson will be pleading no contest for well, okay, we have several charges.
Right.
Let me first off, the city will be dismissing the no-ops because the license is valid, so we can get that out of the way.
All right, so that is docket 22-02726. That's the no ops.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So that is dismissed for plea agreement. And that is a ticket. All right.
Yes,
All right.
and files number 22-1464 and 22-27726 will be dismissed.
Okay, so,
Well, one of them is the no ops and the other one is trespass.
all right, I have two trespass of 22-01144.
That will be one of the ones he's pleading guilty.
Okay, that'll be a plead no contest. And then a 1464. That is another trespass.
Oh, yes.
That's another trespass, and that's going to be dismissed. All right.
Yes, sir.
The agreement.
So, I'm sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, my understanding is that he will be pleading no contest.
Correct.
So, indecent exposure and one of the trespass.
All right, so we have, he'll be pleading no contest to 22-01144. The 22-01464 2201-464 is on a complaint, so that'll need a nollie pros, right? On a complaint?
Is he pleading to that? or
No,
just-
F dismissing it.
Okay, I'll get it now.
Yeah. So let's get a nollie on 2201-464, because that's a complaint. And then he will be pleading no contest on the 2202-878 file. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So in return of him pleading guilty to the indecent, pleading no contest to the indecent exposure and the trespass charge, the city will ask the court for a deferred sentence for 6 months, because my understanding is that Mr. Nickerson will be receiving mental health treatment, and we would like him to be referred to probation for the duration of the 6 months so they can monitor him for his mental health progress. And if he is successful after 6 months, the city would be dismissing the rest of the charges at that time.
All right, so dismiss. Dismiss 22-464. 22-026. Dismiss. 64. So my understanding that there's a deferred sentence that defendants to seek mental health treatment do you want a date for the defendant to go to probation in order to complete the sentence? Or is that going to happen today?
I would defer to the public defender on the
We could
details.
take him down to probation today and explain the situation there.
Probation intake, because it's a deferred sentence and not deferred to probation.
Right. I'm afraid to send him to probation if it's a deferred sentence. Yeah. Yeah, because they're gonna treat it like he's on probation to them, and he's actually not. He's seeking mental health treatment.
Your Honor, just to give a little more background information in this case, it's my understanding Ms. Robinson and Mr. Nickerson are working on getting him into mental health court in circuit court on a different file.
Okay.
And that is, I guess, the reason behind what we're trying to do. So I guess this would be more of a bond condition to.
Yeah, let's defer it for 6 months. Let it work itself out, and we'll come back for sentencing.
My concern is, Your Honor, that
He doesn't get into.
mental court, and there's no one from our side to follow up on his progress. That was my idea behind referring him to probation, so someone can keep track of that progress.
Right. Yeah, that probation is not going to treat it like that.
Yeah.
That they're not going to. Let's do this. Let's set it for review in 30 days.
Okay.
In front of us, in front of me, so and then we can figure out the time frame for mental health court, and because we're somewhere in between mental health court and district court probation, and so let's set it for review. And we'll get that date after we take our no contest, please. That'll give.
Not with like working with a buddy. He was seeing how I was gonna do his job site, and then he was gonna work some stuff. Yeah.
All right, so first of all, let's do the no contest, please, and let me make sure. So files 22-02726 and file 22-01464 are to be dismissed with a plea of no contest to 22-02878 and 22-01144. Is that your understanding, Ms. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And that's your understanding, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so may I inquire your client of his advice of rights on his no contest plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you understand you have the right to a trial in these two files? You understand that? Is that okay? And you'd be giving up the right to trial by pleading no contest to these two files. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. So I'll walk you through those rights you'll be giving up. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, were represented by Public Defender Luke Goodrich today. He or Aaron Robinson would be present to contest or cross-examine any charges brought against you. Do you understand that, sir? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear at trial. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right not to have the silence used against you at trial. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your no contest plea is accepted, you'll be giving up the claim that any of this was due to duress or threats. You're pleading guilty, pleading no contest because you do not contest the charges against you. Is that true?
Okay, yes.
Is that yes? Okay. You would not have an appeal to a trial in this matter. So because you're pleading no contest, there is no trial, so there's no appellate rights. So is it your understanding that you're waiving those rights, those trial rights, to plead no contest today?
Yes.
Okay. I have two reports for the no contest plea. The first, and so I'll confer with counsel that the first one is case number 22519038819, which is a Lansing Police Department police report for the trespassing case. And then there is case number 22519034449, and that is for the file 2202878. That is the factual basis for that case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm just making sure I have. All right. In regards to the trespassing case, the court will look at that. Appears on April 29th of 2022 at the location in Averill Drive in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. It says on numerous times before, at least the school principal, if not, and that's Ms. Stalter, had indicated that Mr. Nickerson was not invited or to be on school property. It appears that there was a trespass in regard to that on April 29th, 2022, in which Mr. Nickerson was on school property and was aware of the previous not to be on school property. It's actually sitting on a sing set on the school property. Any questions concerning the factual basis on the trespass in regards to 2201144, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Anything of Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I find the no contest to plea in that case to meet the factual elements of the trespass. And so I do find that no contest. What is the basis for the no contest plea?
Lack of memory.
Lack of memory. Okay. So I find that a lack of memory to be an adequate indication of the basis for the no contest plea, and that the elements for trespass in that file have been met. And then I will look at the factual basis as previously indicated on 2200878.
And my grandfather. Yeah.
Your Honor, maybe approach on one matter regarding this.
You may. It is, but there's two counts.
Yes, I do. Few, but I mean,
So in regards to the no contest plea on February, I will indicate that this one's happened on April 12th, 2022 at Averill Elementary School.
shoot it a different way. I like video games. I love
Right, and I find that the counts, so that on City of Lansing, Ingham County, on April 12th, 22, the factual basis for count 1, no contest to indecent exposure is met. Any questions concerning the factual basis on 2202-878, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Goodrich, on that file?
Your Honor, did we get?
And that count 2 is to be dismissed.
I guess, did the court state the allegations?
I will, let's count 2 urinating to be dismissed. That on that Kate, at that time and place, it appears that the defendant did expose himself after urinating in public to individuals who were in his presence on that date at that time. There were at least 3 individuals there who indicated that that he exposed himself on that day. Any questions concerning the count 1 of 2202-878, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So the factual basis is found on count 1. Count 2, the urinating in public is to be dismissed in that regard. We will set this. We're somewhere caught between mental health court and district court right now. And so understanding there's another case out there, I'm going to set this for a 30-day review. So we can kind of figure out what the status of mental health court is. And then, because if we send this to probation, they'll treat this like you're on probation. And right now we're on a deferred sentence right now, okay, pursuant to the plea agreement. I am going to place as a part of this that you, as a part of the court's pending sentencing condition, you're to have no contact with that school, okay?
Okay.
So no contact with 3201 Averill Drive or Averill Elementary.
Okay.
And then we'll get a 30-day review date,
March 13th.
March 13th at 9 a.m. And that's just to make sure we understand the status of the relationship in mental health court and where that's going in regards to our 6-month referral, all right? Because I don't want you to get caught in the middle of that. All right. All right. Anything else in regards to any 4 of these files? I'll say that for the record: 22022726, 22011464 that I am signing the nollie pros on per the plea agreement, 22011144. And 2202-878. Anything else on either one of those 4 files, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nickerson, we'll see you back here in 30 days. All right, sir? Okay.
Your Honor, I will go jump on Zoom to speak with Ms. Person and I think it's Lejante Cop.
All right.
Costa or something.
Yeah, it's Lejante Costa. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
What's that?
The indecent exposure has been ordered to bring in.
Yes. It doesn't, it's the same place, but it's the same school for the trespass.
It was kind of a fucked up situation. For I wanted to change my life. I wanted to do it 24/7, but I always gonna get high at it. I made deals with people before.
Where's Cornell?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Where's the farm?
Honestly, like I told the judge, I need a rehab. And if you can recommend, like, I don't know if you got any part of sentencing, but if you can recommend it, please recommend that. No. Just give them. Yes, I have, I've tried to stop multiple occasions, my grandma would come pick me up, I sleep the day, and be worried. They look at me like, what's going on with you? And my friends always hit me back up saying, I'm getting high now. Yeah, I mean, I'd get high and I'd get fucking freaking, at 6, 7 days, I'd fall asleep behind the wheel. And never crashed, but man, it's scary when you're on the other side of the highway. Yeah. Yeah, a lot actually, a lot of anxiety, a lot of, depression. Mental play, or mental, like, health and all that. Really awesome. So,
All right, Mr. McLuth, we're ready to call your case. That is docket 22-01141. And this is City of Lansing versus Matthew McCluth. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is the City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. McCluth, who joins us from the ICJ tablet on Zoom.
And sir, you are Matthew McCluth?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. You can hear me all right, Mr. McCluth?
Yes, I can.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Miss Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. McCluth will be pleading to the amended charge of no ops, and the city will calibrate time served.
The amended. So amend count 1 to no ops. In possession, and is that the civil infraction or the misdemeanor?
That's a misdemeanor.
The misdemeanor.
So it's 90 days, $100.
Correct.
That's 257.
257311. Nope. No, I was right. 257311.
311. All right. And that's the Killebrew is time served.
Correct.
All right, I'll restate that for the record. There will be pleading guilty to count 2 of no ops in possession pursuant to 257.311. That's 90 days and or $100. And the Killebrew is time served at this point. Is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
All right, may I inquire of your client of their advice of rights concerning the misdemeanor plea?
Yes.
Mr. McCluth, I'm going to walk you through some of your rights in this case. You understand that the maximum penalty the court could proceed on is 90 days and or $100. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. If you plead guilty to this count, you would be giving up the following rights, and I'll cover those for you. You have the right to you have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have the witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter. She would cross-examine any witnesses and contest any charges that you have in your defense. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
You also have the right to have the court order any witnesses to appear for your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted today, you'll give up the claim that the plea was the result of any promises other than the plea agreement involved in this file. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you'll not have a trial in this case, so you'll be giving up any appeal right that you have from the trial. Is it your intent to waive your rights to your trial rights and plead guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll bring your attention back to April 30th. I'm sorry. April 28th of 2022 at the offense location of Elizabeth and Marcus in the city of Lansing. Were you at that Elizabeth Marcus address or at or near Elizabeth Marcus in the city of Lansing on April 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you driving a motor vehicle at the time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an operator's license in your possession?
No, I didn't.
Okay, Ms. Williams, any questions concerning the factual basis for this file?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I find the factual basis to be understanding, voluntarily, and accurately made. Do you have how much time he has on this offense? I'm just
Give me 1
curious.
second, Your Honor. I can do that math fairly quickly.
Yeah. So there's a kilobrew to time served, so we're gonna calculate exactly how much time you have in on this offense. All right, sir?
Yep.
Do you have any objection to immediate sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, he has been in custody since January 17th.
All right, so that's, one, two,
That's 28 days, Your Honor.
28 days,
You're right,
23 days.
Between January 17th and today.
I've got
27.
20, January 17th, 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, 2, 3, 4, 20, 5, 20, I have 26 days. All right. We'll do the 27 days. It doesn't matter. All right. So the sentence and immediate sentencing is 27 days time served on the no ops. There is a fine that I'm going to waive your fine on this. It's $100 fine, but I can't waive the $75 crime victims rights fee and the state fee of $125. So it'll be $125 to the city of Lansing. ACMC, right? All right. And that'll go right to collections. So collections will be, okay, I'm just going to close the file. That's probably the easiest thing to do here. All right. So I'm just administratively closing the file. You should be all set on this file, Mr. McCluth. All right.
Yep.
Any questions, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. That's all for the record. 22-01141. You're all set.
Ms. Clippers.
You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you, Mr. McCluth. Who was next? Mr. Palomino?
Mr. Lewis and Mr. Palomino are both ready.
Okay, let's do Mr. Lewis. So we're on the record in docket 19L2508621. That's City of Lansing versus Jimmy D. Lewis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Lewis, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Jimmy Lewis?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to ask for an adjournment for 45 days for compliance purposes.
And I'm assuming, not assuming, that's correct, Ms. Sutter? All right. So we'll adjourn for 45 days for compliance purposes and reset this for March 27th at 9 o'clock. So this is reset for March 27th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Lewis, please keep in contact with the attorney Lauren Sutter. You get a notice of hearing from my court officer. It'll be March 27th at 9 o'clock for the second pretrial. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Miss Williams, anything else on this file?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Lewis.
Yep, thank you.
And he's going to give you a notice, so you'll have it.
And then that's my information.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And then Mr. Palomino.
I was at Mason.
Yes, we're ready.
I went to Mason the other day. It's the wrong paper, because it's at 9 o'clock here, and I was out there.
You guys just told me you're here. You're doing
Thank you
good.
so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, Mr. Palomino, we're ready on your case, docket 22L27177741. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Palomino, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Juan Palomino?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Palomino?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Palomino will be accepting responsibility to the amended charge of impeding traffic.
And that will be an amendment to the count.
The failure to display ops.
Count one failed to display ones. And impeding traffic is a civil infraction.
Under 257.676B.
6B, and how many, is there any points along with that?
No, it's 0 points.
Okay, and the cost?
$130 fine.
130. All right, Ms. Sutter, is that your understanding? They'll amend the complaint or the ticket to be an impeding traffic under the civil infraction 257.676B. That's a fine of $130.
Yes.
And will you be admitting responsibility on your client's behalf?
Yes.
Mr. Palomino, is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I will bring the, just so we know we're working from the same ticket. I can find it there. L271774 is the ticket.
Yes.
All right. And you accept responsibility for impeding traffic for your client on that date, on that time, on the ticket, Cedar Isbell, May 22nd, 2022.
I do.
All right. With that understanding, I'll assess the cost of $130 fine. Mr. Palomino, do you need some time to pay that to the court?
Yes, sir.
About how many days, Ms. Sutter, do you think?
I would say 30 to start, Your Honor.
Okay.
I know you can always contact them for more
Right.
later, but 30.
So we'll set it for 30 days to pay $130 to the city of Lansing. So you should pay by March, we'll make it Wednesday, March 15th
Okay.
at 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Palomino, if you're able to pay that, that'll avoid any type of show cause, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22 L2717741? Miss Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Miss Sutter.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Palomino, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you.
What do you think, what are you gonna recommend? If I can?
So Mr. Lycum and Miss Adams, you'll be placed successively in a breakout room with your public defender. So stand by, all right? Mr. Goodrich, did you need a breakout room or are you ready to go on any case?
I'm ready to go on Mr. Costa's case, and I would need to speak with Ms. Person briefly
All right.
prior to hers.
Let's go and do let's go ahead and do Costa. Are you ready on that, Ms. Williams?
I don't have any updates, but
Okay.
I'll just defer to.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, I
Mr.
forgot to hit send on my email. I apologize, Ms. Williams.
That's fine.
I don't see Mr. Costa on our screen.
Well, that's not great.
Yeah, so we'll stand by on Mr. Costa.
He is coming back in, it looks like.
He just came in. All right.
Hello.
All right, Mr. Costa, we're going to call your case in just a second. I'm going to give the city attorney a chance to read a note from your lawyer. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right. We'll call your case in just a minute.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on the record in dockets 22 L2764322 and 22 L2764321. City of Lansing versus La Junta Costa. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich of the Public Defender's Office, filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Mr. Costa.
And sir, you are, and correct me on the pronunciation of your name. Is it La Junta or La Junta Costa?
It's Lejante.
Okay, La Junta Costa. This is the time set for a pre-trial, Ms. Williams. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I would like to ask for an adjournment for 30 days for compliance purposes.
And is that your understanding, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Costa is working toward getting some driver's license issues resolved.
All right, adjournment for 30 days.
Yes.
All right, this is the first adjournment in the matter. We'll set it for 30 days out. March 13th at 9.
March
13th
at 9.
At 9. March 13th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
So you have till March 13th at 9 to coincide with any compliance matters. Please keep in contact with your attorney. Most likely is Aaron Robinson in the case. Mr. Goodrich is just covering for Ms. Robinson. Anything else on the record in either one of these tickets concerning Mr. Costa, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank
Anything
you.
else, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. That's all for the record. We'll see you on March 13th at 9 a.m. All right, Mr. Costa?
All right. Thank you.
All right. That's all for the record in 22 L2756541 and 22 L2764322.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome.
Mr. Goodrich, did you need to be placed in a breakout room with Ms. Person?
Your Honor, in reviewing Ms. Robinson's notes, it was my understanding that this person was planning to request a 45-day adjournment. And unless that has changed, I don't believe we need to discuss it any further.
All right. Let me find that file. So we're on the record in docket 2203-476 and the accompanying ticket of 22 L2765091, City of Lansing versus Ashley Person. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich of the Public Defender's Office, filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Ms. Person.
And ma'am, you are Ashley Person,
Yes, sir.
and you can hear me all right, Ms. Person?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to ask for an adjournment for 45 days for compliance purposes.
Yes, compliance. And is that your understanding, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll need a date out, I'd say 6 weeks in that vicinity.
March 27th.
March 27th at 9 a.m. Ms. Person, you understand that your hearing has been rescheduled for March 27th at 9 a.m. If you have any questions, please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson, from the Public Defender's Office. Anything else on either one of this file 2203476 and the accompanying ticket, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so Ms. Williams, we'll see you back here on March 27th at 9 a.m. With all your compliance issues taken care of. All right, ma'am?
Yeah,
All right, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
thank you.
Sir, on the Ingham County Jail tablet, could you identify yourself?
Anthony Van Etten.
Your Honor, may I meet with Mr. Van Etten?
Sure, that's D'Anthony Van Etten. I'll have Mr. Goodrich and Mr. Van Etten placed in a breakout room. And on the Zoom user, could you identify yourself, sir?
Christopher Maldonado.
Christopher Maldonado? All right.
Yeah.
And is your attorney Miss Robinson or Miss Sutter?
Miss Summers. No, James.
Okay.
James D.
Oh, all right. Stand by, Mr. Maldonado. You're in the right courtroom. I might place you in a breakout room with your public defender, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Goodrich, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Van Etten?
Yes, Your Honor, and we are ready to
All right.
proceed on that matter.
All right. All right, Mr. Goodrich, I'm going to call that in just a minute, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose the one, bro.
I ain't got no money for that.
That's what I got.
We'll ask when we're done. But that's it, but you're gonna start off talking. So I see you about to go to school and work. We're about to do that too. Doing some school.
So, okay, Miss Adams, just rejoin room 2 and you'll be in there with your public defender. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. All right, we're on the record in docket 2203183. That is City of Lansing versus Dean Anthony Van Atten. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich of the Public Defender's Office filling in for Aaron Robbins today and representing Mr. Anthony this morning. I'm sorry, Mr. I apologize. Mr. Van Atten, I was giving his first name.
All right. And sir, you are DeAnthony Van Atten?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Van Atten?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Goodrich would like to set it for a final pretrial.
All right. Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll set it for final pretrial on
March 6th at 8:30.
March 6th at 8:30. Do we need a jury trial date on this, Ms. Williams?
I did not speak with Ms. Robinson about it, so
Mr. Goodrich, do you think we need a jury trial on this?
Yes, I do.
All right. So jury trial date is set for?
let's do 3/13 at 8:15.
March 13th at 8:15. So this is set for final pretrial on March 6th at 8:30. It is set for jury trial is on March 13th at 8:15. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams, on docket 2203-183?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Goodrich, on the file?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Van Atten, we'll see you back here on March 6th at 8:30, okay, sir?
This
Thank
fucking
you.
bitch.
All right.
Where's Squeezy coming?
Hey, I could get the gun.
What you was saying?
Get up, boy. We get this shit off the floor today. Ready
Miss
to get that
Miss
nigga done. Let
Adams?
us know the-
Miss Adams?
Yes.
Yeah, we're ready to call your case.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 2203-162. That is City of Lansing versus K.O. Adams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams, appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Adams, who joins us via Zoom. And Your Honor, just, we also do have an associated civil infraction file.
Correct. All right. And ma'am, you should unmute yourself. You are K.O. Adams?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding? We have a misdemeanor file and a corresponding civil infraction.
For the misdemeanor file, Your Honor, the city will dismiss the drove unlicensed, and for the civil infraction, the failure to stop leaving alley or private driveway, the city will amend that charge to impeding traffic.
And impeding traffic is 257-311.
It is 257-676B.
676B.
311 is no ops.
Okay, I'm just guessing.
Fair.
And that is a civil infraction, $130 fine?
Yes.
So I'll also restate that for the record. My understanding is that docket 2203-162 will be dismissed per the plea negotiation. And the ticket will be amended to read a corresponding civil infraction to the impeding traffic at 257-676B with a $130 fine. Is that correct, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
And will you be accepting responsibility for your client on her behalf?
Yes.
All right. Is that your understanding, Ms. Adams?
Yes.
All right. So that we're working from the same ticket. That ticket is, I don't know, I can't read that ticket. So it happened on November 10th, 2022 at Southland on South King in the city of Lansing. Is that the ticket we're working?
That's the correct date.
All right. All right. So in the city of Lansing on that date, is it your admission of responsibility for your client that your client impeded traffic on that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So with that exception of responsibility, I will assess a $130 fine. Does your client need some time to pay that, Ms. Sutter?
Yes, Your Honor. I would request 30 days on her behalf.
All right.
And Your Honor, just so the record's clear, the ticket number that I'm working from is L275654.
All right. I'm pretty sure that's the same ticket.
Yes, that's the 11/10 of 2022 at 12:10 a.m.
Correct. Correct. All right. So 30 days to pay the $130 fine to the city of Lansing. So, Miss Adams, to give you a firm date on that, that would be, we'll make it by March 21st. So make sure you pay that fine by March 21st at 4 o'clock to the city of Lansing to avoid any show causes. All right, ma'am?
Yes, but I just have a question. Like, how do I pay it though? Like, go up to the court?
You can, yeah, you can come to the 6th floor and pay in person. You can pay online, or I think you can even actually call and pay by Visa or debit card in that regard.
And I'll send you a follow-up email this afternoon with more information on how that works.
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-03162, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Adams, thank you for your appearance today. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Thank you.
How about Mr. Lycum?
We're ready there, Your
All
Honor.
right. This must be this afternoon too, right?
They're on your table, sadly.
Holy crap. I have a bunch that aren't on here. Dang,
We have to use them now.
I have like Mr. Salvador, Terry Cannabis.
Those are after this afternoon.
Oh, those are this afternoon.
Yeah, those are 1:30 hearings.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in dockets 21-1338 and 17-01772. That is the City of Lansing versus Jeff Lycum. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Lycam, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Jeffrey Lycum?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Lycum?
Yes, just fine.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, in regards to the no ops filed, would like to ask for an adjournment for 45 days for compliance purposes.
Okay, so this is the no ops. Is that 21-01138?
01338.
01338.
Yes.
All right. So an adjournment of 45 days for compliance. So the date 6 weeks out?
For both of them or just that?
Just
Just
the
this one.
1338.
Yeah, just the 1338.
March 27th at 9.
March 27th at 9. All right, and in regards to docket 17-01772.
In regards to that file, Your Honor, the city would like to do a deferred sentence agreement with Mr. Lycam. He will plead to the tax income violation and would like to give him 8 months of a deferred sentence till he makes the payment.
8 months, 7 cents deferment. This is a tax case, right?
Yes.
And what is the outstanding balance on
It's
this?
$674.76.
Okay.
That's correct.
And is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
Okay, so he's going to be pleading guilty to the complaint filed concerning, let me find that. All right. So he'd be pleading guilty to that and we'll defer it for 8 months for the $674.76 payment?
Correct.
Okay.
He's already planned.
You've already flooded that?
You know when?
I don't have
I'm
any
working
notes
on
of it.
I don't have it.
Okay.
I do. I have pled guilty to count 6.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm guessing that's long before either of our times. Do you know?
2019, it's
Okay.
before any of us.
Yeah.
He had already had a deferred situation. This is
yeah.
actually part of collections.
Oh, I have no notes on the case.
Me neither.
This happened on 2/11/19. He was scheduled for 11/04/19 on a deferred sentence with Judge Alderson. He was
Oh,
set up on a payment plan. He failed to appear for his sentencing on 11/4/19.
I have that.
He
All right.
was arraigned on 1/20/23 and scheduled for
Pre-trial.
pretrial in error. It would
Yeah, an
appear.
error. Yep.
So he's already had the deferred.
So
And he's already had the chance, so I believe that this is simply a matter that gets re-referred to collections, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is just referred to collections for the 650. So, that's the way I read it, Ms. Sutter, is that I don't have, I'm gonna refer to collections. I'm not gonna require anything else than that.
If I'm understanding the situation correctly, I don't
don't-
have any response to that.
Mr. Lycum, on file 1701772, it appears that was placed with the ticket for whatever reason. You're under collections for $650 of the city of Lansing for that outstanding debit. So I'd contact the city of Lansing Collections Department to set up a payment plan in that regard, or we can do a payment plan right now. No, it's already a collections. All right, so it's already collections. You should contact them so you can keep yourself out of a show cause. All right, sir?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll email you the number for collections.
Okay.
All right. So 1701772 is referred to collections and was set for pretrial inadvertently. And then we will set your date. You have a due date of March 27th at 9 a.m. for your second pretrial on your compliance matters. All right, sir?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in either one of these files, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank
Anything
you.
else, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lycum, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right. Have a good day. Thank you.
You too. So that's all for the record, docket 1701772 and 21013338. Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome.
I didn't
Wendy.
I didn't even look at the back
I
of
was
it.
like, wait a second, something is not working.
Let's
over
not take
here.
another plea.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, he's on. I'm gonna hop on the ladder.
So, Mr. Maldonado, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with your public defender, okay? You should probably unmute yourself. So that Ms. Sutter's in room 2. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, he's in the room.
So we're on the record in docket 22-00842R1. That is a show cause for Levante Deshaun Brody, City of Lansing versus Levante Brody. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? You are Levante Deshaun Brody?
Yes,
All right, this is a time set for a show cause. And I think that's on the outstanding $150 balance. Is that right? So you've been show caused in order to explain why you've not paid the $150 payment. I'm assuming you need some time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's see if we can get a plan that works here. Okay. So show cause on the $150. Defendant appeared. And so do you think if we set it up in $50 payments over the course of months, could you make that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's do that. So we'll do $50 by Wednesday, March 15th to the city of Lansing. We'll do April, $50, Wednesday, April 19th to the city of Lansing. And then we'll do $50 Wednesday, May 17th to the city of Lansing. And that should take care of your $150 debt. We'll do it over $50. Do you find that plan acceptable?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm gonna dismiss the show cause. And we've set up a payment plan. If you just make those payment plans, then we'll alleviate any show cause. All right. Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Brody?
Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. All right. Thank you. We can call those 11 o'clocks.
We sure can.
Yeah. We can call those. You're wondering, why haven't I called them sooner?
No, I was kind of lost track of time with
I know.
everybody else too.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 202038144141. That's City of Lansing versus Mark Adams. This was set for show cause today for a debt on a civil infraction for $189. It appears the defendants failed to appear and a bench warrant's issued. That's all for the record in docket 220383141. And then we're on the record in docket 22-01867. This is the time set for a show cause, City of Lansing versus Martin Hodges. And it appears this is for an outstanding debt of $125. Is that what you know?
I'm looking for that since. Yep.
What's that? AMC. Yeah. So defendant failed to appear for show cause. I'm going to administratively close this file. And then we're on the record in docket 1701972. That's the City of Lansing versus Mr. Raymond. That is Michael Allen Raymond. Mr. Raymond has been on a payment plan from over $600 to $125. But it looks like it's, so I'm going to administratively close. Yeah, so He's paid $500 in payments. So I'm going to administratively close file. That's all for the record, 1701972. Oh, here's the collections file on that one. All right, so we're on the record in docket 18-01792 and 22-0397, City of Lansing versus Kelly Ferndon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Ms. Ferndon, who was apparently unable to attend today.
Yeah, I have a note from the facility, the Michigan Department of Corrections, that they will dial in as instructed. And they to contact the coordinators if there's any problems. We have it set for 9:30. Let's, we're past that. So I'm assuming we'll just reset it for today on both files. So reset.
Well, I'm sorry, February 27th at 10.
February 27th at 10. And I'll put this all on the record. February 27th at 10. So because for whatever reason, we don't have access to Ms. Ferndon, we'll reset this for video pretrial on February 27th at 10 a.m. Anything else for the record in either one of these files, Ms. Williams?
All right, Honor, thank you.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Reset for February 27th at 10 a.m. And then we have on the record in docket 22-00871, the City of Lansing versus Anthony Jean. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office filling in for Aaron Robinson today and representing Mr. Jean, who does not appear to be present.
Okay, now, Mr. Jean, we had a previous pretrial in which he was to be writ out of Clinton County. He is no longer in Clinton County. So he was in Clinton County on the January 23rd date. He is no longer in Clinton County. And so he's a failed to appear today. What kind of case is this?
False information to the police.
Okay. So the City of Lansing, so this was set for 9:30. It is now 11:40. How would the city like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to request a bench warrant, bond forfeiture, and a 48-hour hold.
I'm gonna do a 48-hour hold. I do have a fail to appear on 2 previous arraignments, but I'm not sure about those because those were reset for different times. And so I don't know if he got noticed properly, but I think due to the charges, we can set this with a 48-hour hold. Any objection, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So that's all for the record in 22-00871. And then you have Miss Maldonado.
Mr. Maldonado, yes.
All you say is yes, not no. Okay.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-03497, an accompanying ticket of 22L276191. That is the City of Lansing versus Christopher Maldonado Bush. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Maldonado Bush, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Christopher Maldonado Bush?
Yes.
Yes. And you can hear me all right, sir?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city would like to dismiss the failure to stop or identify after property damage accident. And my understanding is that Mr. Maldonado Bush will be accepting responsibility to the careless driving civil infraction.
Okay. So dismiss this file, which is 22-03497, in regards to plea negotiations. And then the Defendant will be admitting responsibility to careless ticket, that's civil infraction, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right, and my understanding of the careless, it's a 3-point violation
It is, Your Honor.
with
yes.
a fine of what, $200?
215, I believe.
$215, all right. And will you be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client, Ms. Sutter?
Yes.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Maldonado, of the plea negotiations?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So I'm bringing back, just so we're on the same page, ticket L276198 for occurrence on December 12th, 2022 in the city of Lansing. It's your acceptance of the responsibility that the defendant was driving carelessly on that date pursuant to that ticket.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With that admission of responsibility, do you need some time to pay the $215 fine?
Your Honor, I would request 30 days on their behalf.
All right.
On his behalf.
So let's go forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do it Wednesday, March 15th. For payment. So Mr. Maldonado, you're to pay $215 to the city of Lansing by Wednesday, March 15th in order to avoid any show causes in this case. All right, sir?
All right.
You can pay that by person, online, or by phone. Ms. Sutter will follow up in regard to that to let you know all your options. All right, sir?
All right.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2203-497 or the accompanying ticket? That file 2203-497 is dismissed as part of the plea negotiation. Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Ms.
thank
Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file. Mr. Maldonado, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, I can call these FTAs, I think.
Oh, yeah. we can.
So we have on the record docket 22-00820. That's the city of Lansing versus Leah Fox. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence on behalf of Leah Fox. I do not believe she is present.
Now, this is set for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:45. The defendants failed to appear. I don't see her in the Zoom courtroom or in the actual courtroom. How would the city like to proceed?
The city would like to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
I can't do a 48-hour hold in this case because we have a prior, at least one prior failed to appear and maybe one at arraignment.
Oh, I don't have that in my notes.
Yeah, I've got
Okay.
a May 23rd failed to appear for pretrial
Okay.
and an October 18th. Though defendant failed to appear, bench warrant bond forfeiture is issued. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Ms.
thank
Sutter?
you.
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for the record in that file. And we're on the record in docket 22-02091. That is the city of Lansing versus Chance Hester. This is the time set for pretrial. Parties appearances for the record.
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. I don't see Ms. Hester in the Zoom courtroom or in the physical courtroom. This was initially scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:46. It appears the defendant has failed to appear today. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
I don't have any other failures to appear in my notes, so I will be asking for a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
I have a failed to appear at arraignment, but once again, I'm gonna be, this is a license case. So I'll issue a defendant failed to appear bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And we're on the record in docket 22-00882. That's the City of Lansing versus Mariah Kemp. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Kemp, who I do not believe is present.
This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. It's scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:47. And it appears that the defendants failed to appear. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed? I've looked in the Zoom courtroom and the actual courtroom, and I do not see anyone present. That would be Ms. Kemp. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I have a failure to appear on this file on September 20th, 2022. And I will ask for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Any response, Ms. Sutter?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand there's been a prior failure to appear. It is still within the judge's discretion to not order immediate bench warrant bond forfeiture. This is a nonviolent case. It's a driving case. I would ask that a bench warrant be held for 48 hours.
All right, for the no ops, I don't have any problem with it. Defendant failed to appear. I will put it on hold for 48 hours because of the nature of the crime. So defendant failed to appear, bench warrant bond forfeitures ordered with a 48-hour hold if she's able to turn herself in before then. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-00882. Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I think that concludes our business this morning. So we'll see everybody at 1:30-ish. Yep.
Do you mind if I ask you a question about tomorrow?
Sure.
Ailish Gallagher on Friday afternoon notified me that Tyrese Mitchell has been scheduled for a motion hearing. I wasn't made aware of it, so I can't imagine he was. Are you going to require his presence for that motion hearing, or is the attorney sufficient for that motion?
Do we have a motion?
It is on the docket.
It is
I
on
wasn't listening
on tomorrow's
How dare you,
docket.
Wendy? It is, yes, it's after Ms. Gallagher emailed me, it's on the docket for tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a motion hearing.
I don't think I have a motion for that yet.
I filed one a couple of weeks ago. I don't believe Ms. Gallagher has filed a response. I think she was intending on verbally responding.
Okay.
I just had excuse me, I have Ms. Sutter's motion. I have not received anything from the prosecutor yet.
On your motion,
I'm not 100% sure that Ms. Gallagher would have gotten that from Mr. Wisty.
She's the one who told me about this hearing. I had no idea about it.
Oh, okay.
But she must know about it.
Yeah, she found a note for it. She said she'd got somebody to send her a copy of my motion. She saw it on the schedule for it, so she asked me.
It's your motion. If you want your client here, you're fine. If they want to appear by Zoom, they're okay. But
I personally don't think there's a need for him, but I also don't want him to get a bench warrant if he's not here.
He won't get a bench warrant.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Taylor.
And you said you don't have anything for the other meeting for this afternoon, right? You'll have to get it from probation.
No, they never sent us anything. If you need, what do you need? You need a pink sheet?
Literally anything on Darrielle Minor. I haven't been told anything other than she has a PV today and I'm her attorney.
I honestly have no idea.
That's all I got.
I'll figure it out.
Have it filed.
Have a plan by the time I get back.
All right, sounds good.
Darrielle Minor.
All right.
Yeah.
See everyone
You
later.
need that phone? Yeah.
You don't have the original case because it was conflict counsel, so I know nothing about it.
And Mr. Canvas, do you have that?
I know, yeah.
You know that? Mr. Canvas is, yeah. He came to court at a .0504. So he's done a week, I think. If he's not, yeah, he probably is still in custody. If not, is he?
Yes.
He is in custody.
Yeah, and remanded.
He was as of Friday when I checked.
Yeah, so we'll probably bring him up. I'm gonna, he's done his time. I think we're just gonna let him go.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
Aaron had notes in there pushed out.
You know, when he showed up, he was on the verge of getting off probation anyway. He had done 90% of what he was supposed to do.
So the violation got filed 5 days after he was supposed to be done with probation.
Yeah, he was on his way out and he shows up drunk and he knows it. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00924. That is the City of Lansing versus Charm LeMay Perkins. This is set for arraignment today. This was initially set for 1:30. It is now 1:59. It appears that Ms. Perkins has failed to appear for her PV arraignment. And the court will set a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in that file, 22-00924. We also have file 21801691. It's the City of Lansing versus Samuel Saldivar. This is the time set for probation violation arraignment, set for 1:30. It is now 1:59. It appears the defendants failed to appear for probation violation arraignment. The court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture in this file. That's all for the record, docket 1801691. Would the person on the Bianca iPhone please identify yourself?
Bianca Velez.
And Kevontae Williams.
All right, you're here for your 2 o'clock, and that's DNK Reynolds, and that's the Whitty Law Firm. Is that correct? Ms. Velez and Mr. Williams, you're here for your 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
All right, stand by. You're in the right place.
Okay.
And Mr. Brown, you're here for D&J Global?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and that's the defendants are Lance Freeman and Heather Longer, and I have Heather Longer. Ms. Longcourt, you're here for that case?
Yes, we're both here.
All right. All right, since I have everybody here, I'm going to go ahead and call that case.
Your Honor, if I could I please go into a breakout room with the long course? I believe they showed up last
Absolutely.
time. I believe they showed up last time and asked for legal services. So I was wondering if they were represented by an attorney before I go in the breakout room with them.
Right. So I have the same notes that the indication that you were to meet with Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Are you represented by them today?
No, we were denied services.
All right. I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Mr. Brown so you can talk about some of these issues rather than set a formal hearing. Okay.
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 All right. So I'm going to have Mr. Brown and Ms. Longor and Mr. Friesman placed in a breakout room. Is there a Malik Bala here? Any representative of the estate of Luz Mari? Willie Dillard? Ralph Thompson? And Ms. Sutter's meeting with Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Okay.
It was not on my list. It just showed up this case.
Mr. Minor's case?
Yes.
All right. And we'll give Ms. Scott the 15 minutes.
Yes. Ms. Bayless emailed me the discussion you guys had. Is she not appearing to put this on the record?
She said she didn't feel very well, so she was either going to appear in person or send the summary of our conversation so that it was more than just my telling of it, is what she told me.
Sutter, would you mind grabbing that up in Nathaniel's?
Sure.
Printer, so the judge would have that, please. Thank you, Ms. Sutter.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, I could probably pop that.
Then Mr. Cozart, I received an appearance on it's Edward Rodriguez and the Williams matter.
Correct.
All right. So we'll call that one when we'll see if when
I think
Mr.
that's not until 2:40.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's I have it for 2:30.
Okay.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah.
You may.
Thank you.
That's
for Daryl Minor.
Ms. Bayless said that, so we would have something. She's not feeling well. Or she's got Ms. Sutter.
All right. Miss Williams is.
She's very completed. She's just trying to get the country.
Have you got the opportunity to see that from the probation officer?
I just told her the summary, but
All
she
right.
wants to see it.
Okay, if you're good, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. You want to put Minor on the record?
Yes, thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 22-01057. That's the city of Lansing versus Daryl Minor. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Minor, who is seated to my right. Your Honor, I've advised her to sit due to a leg injury.
No worries. Ma'am, you are Daryl Minor?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a probation violation hearing. Ms. Williams, what's your understanding? What is your understanding of how we're proceeding today?
My understanding is the public defender had stated to me that the Ms. Minor had completed the anger management class, and we will be expecting to receive the proof of that. The probation will extend for 1 month, and I would defer to Ms. Sutter for the testing requirement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you admitting to the probation violation?
So yes, there will be an admission to the single probation violation, and I believe the court is in receipt of the updated recommendation from the probation.
I am. And just so we're working from the same, I want to make sure there's a couple here. There's that's the PB arraignment or the request and summons for January 9th has a violation 13. Is that the one we're working from?
Yes.
All right. And which violation will she be admitting in regard to that?
Your Honor, I was only made aware, there's only a single violation listed on the form that I have.
All right.
Violation number 13.
All right. I have a second one, but that was for the fail to appear for arraignment. But we have Ms. Minor here, so I'll dismiss that one. That one was. That one was on January 17th. So probably a week later for that. All right.
Yes, my indication, she turned herself in for a walk-in arraignment
Right.
3 days later.
So may I inquire your client of her admission to the probation violation, and then we'll talk about the sentencing. I think that we all received a report from Ms. Bayless on.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Minor, you understand that there's been an allegation that you violated your probation today? You understand that? It's my understanding that it is your intent to plead responsible to that probation violation. You understand you have a right to a hearing in that file, in this file on that probation violation?
Yes.
And Ms. Sutter you're represented by Lauren Sutter from the Public Defender's Office. She would contest any charges and cross-examination, any witnesses brought by the state, and they'd have to prove that you violated your probation today. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand that if you admit responsibility to the probation violation, then we won't be having a hearing today, and we'll just accept that admission as the underlying basis for the sentencing we're going to do today. Do you understand that? So your intent to waive your right to a probation violation hearing and to admit responsibility to the violation. Okay. So you're gonna have to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. The violation indicates that you failed to refrain from the use of marijuana per South records, that you provided a positive sample on December 19, 2022, and that you tested positive for marijuana. Do you in any way contest that the sample that confirmed the probation violation of the use of marijuana, which was a violation of your probation? Do you contest that?
Contest with the hearing. So if you're accepting responsibility for it, you're not contesting.
No, I'm not contesting.
Okay, so you're accepting responsibility as a.
Yes, sir.
All right. I find the admission to the voluntary probation violation to be accurately, voluntarily given. I'm going to dismiss the subsequent violation for failure to appear. Since you did appear, you walked in, you answered the request. So I'm going to dismiss that violation. So admission to THC violation. Dismiss. F2A violation. And since we have a sentence recommendation from the probation officer, is there any objection to just going straight forward to the sentencing in this?
Your Honor, no objections from the city.
Ms. Sutter?
No objections, Your Honor. We would just ask that you follow the recommendation forwarded by.
It's my intent to follow the recommendation, which you've been doing pretty good on probation. All right. I mean, there's some issues here, but the new probation officer, who's Jody Bayless, indicates that it's her wish that we extend probation for 1 month. So it's extended for 1 month. That would be till, we'll make it specific. That would be March. We'll extend probation to March 13th, 2023. You're to do 20 hours of community service. Continue to test 2 times a month as requested. And then it's the wish of the probation officer to hold in abeyance any further jail is held in abeyance. So, Ms. Minor, you're so close. I mean, you're so close to ending this relationship with the court. So it's 20 months. It's 1 more month, 20 hours of community service, and 2 more tests. If you're able to do that and keep in good line with Ms. Bayless, who's a pretty easy person to get along with, I think this should wrap up your probation. And so you must have something better to do than be here with me on a Monday afternoon, right?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams, in this file? Ms. Sutter?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so we're all set, Ms. Minor. Hopefully we're all set, okay? All right, good luck.
Good, you too. Thank
Mr. Whitty, you're here on D&K Rentals. And I have Miss Belize and Mr. Williams are here are here on Zoom. And they're supposed to be in person, I believe.
Yes, sir, but I'm experiencing COVID-like symptoms.
All right, we're not on the record yet. Mr. Whitty, I don't know how to proceed with them on Zoom unless, did you want the opportunity to speak with them?
I'm happy to do so, but this is a health and hazard case. We definitely want to proceed.
Okay, so let's since they're not here, Ms. Valise and Mr. Williams, do you have the access to video?
My phone is being very weird with the camera because I dropped it the other day in water.
All right. Mr. Williams, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Judge, they're very local. Perhaps they could come this down to the back.
You're right.
Washington Street.
So Miss Valise and Mr. Williams, you're to be in person here for this hearing and you're not. We could, as soon as you get here, we can start the hearing if you're able to proceed live.
We would have no transportation.
Don't you live on Washington?
Yes, so we don't have a car.
Are you unable to get here, or do you have some medical documentation which would indicate why you're not able to be here?
No, this morning I woke up, having the runs, and it's like, okay, I've been coughing all night, experiencing COVID-like symptoms.
You have no medical documentation? You have no medical documentation?
No.
But then you should be here in person, ma'am.
I was waiting for my mother-in-law to be able to get off to take me in to the hospital or something to get tested. But she.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to proceed on this file. Give me about 10 minutes to see what else we can move, and then we'll call the case. All right. So, Ms. Valise, you're in my indication, you're waiving your right to be here in person along with Mr. Williams. Therefore, it's up to Mr. Whitty if he wants to proceed. He's indicated he wants to proceed. So stand by and we'll go ahead and start the hearing as soon as I see what other cases are moved from that 2 o'clock time slot. All right, ma'am? Ms. Williams, did you hear? Ms. Valise, did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
All right. So stand by. There we go. Mr. Brown, are you ready to go on Mr. Friesman and Ms. Longer?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. So we're on the record, back on the record in docket on the record in docket February 13th, on the record in docket 22-02996. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, Attorney Chris Brown representing plaintiff.
And ma'am, you are Heather Longer,
Yes.
and sir, you are Lance Friesman.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Brown, did you have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Longer and Mr. Friesen in a breakout room? Did anything of substance come out of that in order to put on the record?
It potentially did, Your Honor. I've spoke to them, and this was my first time to actually get to talk to them since they're not represented by legal services. I've got their email. I'm going to send them an updated tenant ledger. I'm also, with the court's permission, going to file an amended complaint. There are items now on the tenant ledger that were not asked for in the original underlying complaint that I need to amend if the court will allow. And I have their email. I'm going to send that directly to them with their permission by email, that amended complaint. Or if the court wants me to, I will also send it to the property address as well. And hopefully we can, once they have a chance to look at all the charges and all the backup documentation that correlates to every single charge on their tenant ledger, we can work towards an agreement. So I'd ask for an adjournment at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, is that your understanding, Ms. Longer and Mr. Friesman, that the council has your email and will be sending you an updated ledger concerning an amended complaint with your authorization in order to indicate what's currently owed, so that you can begin negotiations? I do have that you previously met or at least were considered by Legal Services of South Central Michigan, and I would accept this as a hearing day, as an adjournment, with finding the soonest hearing that we could have, since since our hearings are a little bit further out. Is that your understanding, Ms. Longer and Mr. Friesman?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Let's see if we can find another hearing date. Like a Monday after.
I can engineer something. We don't have anything till April 3rd.
Yeah, let's see if we can do. So let me find a hearing date to adjourn this.
Thank you.
All right, so I have a date, Mr. Brown, of March 13th at 2:15 for the second pretrial. Now that you have some information, you've had some time to negotiate. Ms. Longer and Mr. Friesman, you'll get the exact amount from the ledger and the amended complaint. That will be in person. That date will be in person.
Okay.
So if there's any problem outside of that date, bring whatever evidence you want the court to consider, because we're going to have an evidentiary hearing on that date. It appears that negotiations are continuing now, which is a good thing, but let's go ahead and have that in person. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Friesman.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown, you have that date of March 13th, 2023 at 2:15?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. That's all. So I'll see everybody on March 13th, 2023 live. That's all for the record, 22-02996.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Okay,
Your
thank
Honor.
you.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. And Your Honor, could I please go into a breakout room with Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there a Miss, let's see. Oh, is Miss Chambers in the physical courtroom?
She's on Zoom.
Yeah, there she is, Miss Letitia Chambers. All right, so let me make. All right, you're a co-host. So we're gonna place Mr. Brown and Ms. Chambers in a breakout room. Actually, you're in room 1 already, Mr. Brown, so we'll put Ms. Chambers in room 1 and you can just rejoin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's right next to Ms. Chambers. Maybe make note of that or I'll forget. Is there a representative of Malik Bala? Malik Bala?
Here is, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Attorney Bernard Levine on behalf of Malik Bala.
All right. And is there a representative of the estate of Luz Mari? Estate of Luz Mari? All right, this is a formal hearing set, so I'm going to call it 22-02998. It's a formal hearing set in the matter. It was previously adjourned because there seemed to be some service issues on it. This is a land contract case, if I remember correctly, Mr. Levine.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. I don't see, I do have an indication that there was no personal service. There was an attempted personal service on the land contract, and that there wasn't a motion to do service in another format. I think it was posted, but I don't see a motion to do it in a different format. Mr. Levine, how would you like to proceed today? I don't have personal service on this, right? I do have service by publication, but I think the court rule requires at least three publications, if I remember correctly.
That is correct, Your Honor. And then, or it could have been an alternative for posting. So the issue was just procedurally to get the actual motion for alt service, as opposed to just orally having it granted last time and proceeding with that. So that's something on our end. The court did everything it had to. So I know it seems like the cart before the horse, but now I have to go back and just make the request for the thing that was done. So I know it seems a little bit, but you know, that's the last piece to this and we should be fine. So if we can reset it,
So
we'll get that in.
So you'll file the paperwork for, you'll file the paperwork and the order for the alternative service.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then if I remember, this is a land contract and it was really just possession of the land of the estate. I don't know if the estate of Luz Mari has ever shown up on this file.
They have not. And on the previous matter, attempt to relitigate the same thing. I think we were instructed to somehow, not by yourself, but by the predecessor that was the predecessor that was sitting in at that bench was saying that we had to somehow represent the estate. Obviously, that would be a conflict. So we looked into the rule a little bit. At the end of the day, what we need now is just a technical filing of the motion for the alt service, and then the rest just apply what we already did, and I think we should be fine.
All right, so I'll wait for the motion in order to catch up with the file.
Thank you.
Did you want to set, should we set this for another hearing date, just as a review date to make sure all the paperwork is done? And
absolutely, I would appreciate that, Your Honor, please. Thank you.
So I don't want to set this too far out because this was started in September. But I don't see this as an actual hearing, more just a formality to make sure that all the paperwork's done. Can we set it 6 weeks out? We could try to engineer some type of, so we're not in April when we set it.
Indeed, completely understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so we'll set it for March 27th at 2:15. We'll call it a review.
Understood.
And that's when the order will catch up with the file and we'll have all the paperwork. And then we can proceed from there.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, that one's, this is all right to do by Zoom, right, Mr. Levine?
It is, Your Honor. It is.
All
And
right.
thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's all for the record, docket 2202998. You're all set, Mr. Levine.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Your Honor.
And then is there a this is 6-5. Yeah, but I want to do the we're on the record in docket 22-03658. That is Willie Dillard versus Ralph Thompson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Is there a representative or anybody indicating that they are Willie Dillard? I see nobody in the Zoom courtroom.
He's here, I suppose.
Oh, he is here. He's outside. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kozer. And then we'll start, Mr. Woody, we'll start your file. So you are Mr. Dillard?
Yes, sir.
You want to show up and you want to come right here? We're calling your case now. So we're calling the record 22-03658. That is Willie Dillard versus Ralph Thompson. And sir, you are Willie Dillard, correct?
I am, sir.
All right. I do not see Ralph Thompson on the Zoom courtroom. Is there a Ralph Thompson in the actual courtroom? Mr. Dillard, are you aware whether Mr. Thompson was going to be here today or not?
I don't think so.
Okay. This is the time set for a formal hearing today. Mr. Thompson is not here. This is on a non-payment issue. Mr. Dillard, do you know how you want to proceed today?
I'll let you just. Oh.
All right. Well, so this was scheduled for 2:15. I'm sorry. This was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 2:35. The defendant has failed to appear. So I'm assuming you're requesting a default judgment for his failed to appear?
Yes.
Okay. So default judgment. And can you print out a default judgment and I'm gonna print it out with the captions. And then you may have to fill out some of the numbers, but what you'll be in order to take it to the civil department, because they're gonna give it to me to sign, but you're gonna have to fill out some of the numbers, but I'll give you an application with a order with the captions already in there. So you don't have to fill any of that out, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right. So the actual ruling of the court for the default judgment is just an oral ruling. It won't take place until I sign it. And so you're gonna have to present this to the civil department in order to get them, for me to sign it, but it's gonna have to be filled out.
Okay.
And I just want to start you on that process.
Right.
All right. All right. So this is the judgment form that you're to present. It has a possession judgment as a part of it, as a box. It also has the money amount that you should fill in. All right.
Now we have a utilities amount too.
I can only tell you that whatever amount you have to retain possession of the property, that's what you can fill out for. The civil department is not gonna, they'll only make sure the boxes are checked. They're not gonna have to help you fill it out. You're gonna have to fill it out with whatever help you can, but until I sign it, none of this takes place, okay? So you're gonna have to figure out what box to check. You don't have any money judgment, it's just possession. And then and then I'll sign it. But but this is the form they'll need, okay? I don't want to put numbers in for you because you have the numbers, all right?
Okay, yes, sir.
So read through it, check whatever boxes you need, and then take it to the civil department for them to sign, all right?
Okay.
But it has the caption of the case and it has everybody's address already on it, all right? All right. So I'm gonna give this to Nathaniel to give to Mr. Thompson. So there's the order that you should present to the civil after you fill it out, all right?
Okay.
All right. Do you have any other questions of me, Mr. Dillard? I don't know the numbers, so you have to fill in the numbers.
Question? So, how much time do we have to do this?
Generally, the writ of eviction takes place 10 days after my signature. So that's why there's some timeliness concerning getting it to the City of Lansing Civil Department all filled out. So it's from the date of my signature. The longer you take, the longer I take to sign it.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
But you know what the numbers are, so you should fill in your numbers.
Right.
All right. And that's on the 5th floor of this building. All right.
Okay.
All right. So that's all for the record. Docket 22-03658. And then, Mr. Whitty, we're ready on your case.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Valise and Mr. Williams, we're going to call your case. So we're on the record in docket 22-03576. That is D&K Rentals LLC versus Bianca Valise and Cavante Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff, D&K Rentals LLC.
And your property manager is next to you, sir?
That's correct. That's Amy Sanders.
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, you are Bianca Valise?
Yes.
And Cavante Williams is with you?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
And you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct? Ms. Valise, is that correct?
That's correct. They're not represented.
I can barely hear you, ma'am.
That's correct. We're not being represented by nobody.
All right. For the record, this was originally scheduled for December 16th. The formal hearing was set on January 23rd. It was supposed to be in person. On January 23rd, the defendants were here in person. Plaintiff we ran out of time on that date in regards to setting this, so we set it again for February 13th. And so we are here on February 13th, once again, live in person. Ms. Feliz has indicated that she does not feel well, but she has no medical documentation. So based on that indication, and we've always been live, we are going forward in this. This is a hazardous, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
All right. I will allow the moving party, D&K Rentals, to go forward with their proofs.
Thank you. I don't think I need much of an opening statement. It's just a termination for health and safety issues. I'd like to call Amy Sanderson to the stand.
All right, Ms. Sanderson, you can come up. I'm gonna have you stand right here. And this is a little process. I'm gonna have you state your first name and your last name for the recording.
Amy Sanderson.
Okay, and spell your first name and your last name.
AMYSANDERSON.
Okay, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna have a seat right there and project to the end of the room for recording purposes, okay? All right, Mr. Whitty, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Sanderson, are you the property manager for D&K Rentals?
Yes, I am.
You familiar with the lease agreement between the defendants in this case, Bianca Villas and Kevontae Williams?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the circumstances surrounding the rental of the unit?
Yes, I am.
Attached to the complaint in this matter was a copy of the lease agreement that your office provided to our office and that we then filed with the court. Is that a true and accurate copy of the lease that the parties entered into?
Yes.
I move admission of Exhibit 1, the lease agreement, as in the court file.
Okay, it's a part of the court file because it was attached,
Right.
but we'll recognize it as an Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
But I'm not gonna have it marked because it's already part of the file.
I understand. I'd like to direct your attention to paragraph 14 of the lease. I know you don't have a copy in front of you, but I'm going to read from this. Paragraph 14 provides no animal, bird, or other pet shall be kept on the premises, even temporarily, except properly trained service animals needed by blind, deaf, and disabled persons. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Did you receive a rental application from these defendants?
Yes, I did.
And what did the rental application indicate with respect to any pets?
It said they had no pets.
Did you inspect the premises on August 16th of 2022?
Yes.
And what did you find when you inspected the premises?
I found a large dog, a smaller dog, and 5 cats that I could count.
So about 7 animals?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
I contacted the resident. I said that I needed an ESA agreement in order to have dogs on the property. She said that she didn't have one. She was waiting to get a new doctor. And then all of a sudden I had 2 letters a couple days later.
What was the condition of the unit at the time you inspected it?
Very unsanitary.
And why would you say that?
There's animal fecal matter everywhere. The smell was deplorable. They were not taking the animals outside to use the restroom. It was happening in the apartment.
You indicated you then received a couple of ESA letters?
I did.
And who did you receive those from?
It was a company out of Las Vegas. It came from the internet.
Did you contact that company?
I did.
And did you verify what level of investigation they made in order to give those letters?
Yeah, it was none.
Please explain what happened when you contacted them.
I contacted and I asked what I would need to do to secure an ESA letter. They told me that they would charge my account. I'm sorry, I don't remember the amount that they wanted to charge. I did not have to see a doctor. I did not have to follow up with any care. And they were just going to send the letter to my email.
Now, also attached to our complaint was a demand for possession. Did you prepare the demand for possession in this case?
Yes.
And did you mail that to the defendants on September 16th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, move admission of the demand of possession that's already in the court files, Exhibit 2.
Okay, that's granted as Exhibit 2. Any objection to the demand letter, Ms. Veliz or Mr. Williams? Ms. Veliz, are you there?
Yes, I hear you. With my disability, I'm taking a little bit of time to process what I heard.
All right. Do you have an objection to the demand letter that is a part of the file?
The only thing I do have to say is I've been in contact with someone from the Michigan Civil Rights Department.
All right,
saying
that
that
was,
online learning
ma'am, you're gonna have plenty of time to tell me your side of the story. I just need to know if you have an objection to the demand letter or not.
No.
Is I can't hear you. Is that a no, ma'am?
No, no,
All right.
that's a no.
All right, so without objection, the demand letter is admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. In paragraph D on the demand for possession, it states a serious sanitation issue is present in the unit due to 7 or more unauthorized pets, including 2 dogs and 5 or more cats. The odor from the animals is severe and the unit is being damaged by the waste that is not being properly cleaned or disposed of. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Did that accurately summarize the reason that D&K intended to terminate this lease agreement?
Yes.
Did you visit the apartment again on November 8th?
It was in the month of November, yes.
Around that time then?
Yeah,
And what did you observe when you visited the apartment in November?
I saw fecal matter on the floor. I saw her mopping the floor, spreading urine all over. I saw the floorboards of the apartment curling up on the sides. The floor is ruined and the odor was awful. It was awful.
Could you smell any of this outside of the unit?
Yes, you can.
Has that odor persisted since the time you visited the unit in November?
Yes.
Is it still noticeable outside of the unit?
Yes.
Have you received any complaints about from other tenants?
Yes.
And can you briefly describe the kind of complaints you're getting?
I've heard from residents in 301, which is the opposite end of the hallway. The entire 3rd floor of the building smells, as well as the back stairwell to the property. You can smell it when you are ascending from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor.
Based on your observations, do you believe that there is damage that's continuing and ongoing to the premises?
Yes.
Do you believe that the presence of animal waste materials constitutes a current threat to health and safety to the occupants of the unit and perhaps others as well in the building?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has D&K done its part to keep the unit habitable by the defendants?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, are the defendants minors, incompetents, or in the military service?
No.
Are you requesting an immediate writ in this matter?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Miss Valise or Mr. Williams, do you have any questions of the property manager at this time?
No, I do not.
All right. Mr. Williams, do you have any questions of the property manager?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Without question, may this witness be excused. Without objection, the witness is excused. Mr. Whitty, do you have any further proofs?
Your Honor, that would close our proofs.
Thank you. Ms. Valise and Mr. Williams, this is the time that is set aside for you to explain to the court any of the issues that you might have concerning this case. I can't see you, so I don't know if I can't really swear you in if I can't see you.
Let me see if I can get my camera to work for a little bit.
All right.
It might be a little patchy. I'm not sure.
I just need to see you so I can swear you in. All right. Raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right, you can turn your camera off, ma'am, if it helps the audio, and you can go ahead and tell me your side of the story.
The video that I received showed that the floors were already coming up in other spots.
All right.
And I went online and I did get ESA letters through online because they are legal online with Michigan law now.
Did you? All right.
And I've been in contact with, I can't pronounce her last name, but it's Carmen up in the Civil Rights Department.
All right.
And, you know, it's been kind of hard to contact her just with my schedule and her schedule. When she calls, I'm at work. But she was supposed to send me a letter to get notarized that I never received.
Okay. Anything else, Miss Felice?
Yes. While we're here, I will address the sanitation issue while we're right here. Is for an extended time there was I don't know if he lives here or if he just walks around the apartment, where it made me feel unsafe to take my trash out at night. Because he would ask me questions that would make me feel very uncomfortable as a female being asked, do you want to come over and, hang out in my apartment for weed or exchange of money?
All right. Does that have anything to do with the current complaint?
It does make me a little leery leaving the property.
All right. Anything else, Miss Felice?
No.
All right. Do you have any questions, Mr. Whitty, of Miss Felice?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Williams, did you want to make a statement to the court?
Yes, I do. When we first
All
moved
right.
into this apartment.
Wait, Mr. Williams, before you do that, I'm going to have you turn on the video again so I can swear you in.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can turn the video off and continue. I think it affects your audio if the video is not turned off.
Yes, it does affect my audio.
All right, Mr. Williams, you may proceed.
Okay, Your Honor, when we first got the apartment, we didn't have no animals at the time. Miss Sanderson said if you ever get any animals, to make sure they're registered as an ESA emotional support animals, and send her the ESA letters. She will put through the papers and we'll be able to have our animals in the property. We did what she told, and she's having a problem with our animals. And we sent her and she said online is not enough. We try to get them printed and show her. She said that's still not enough, but we don't know what to do anymore because.
What's the name of the doctor you saw in regards to the animals, Mr. Williams?
I have the letter from the company. It's American Service.
I don't want the letter from the company. What's the name of the doctor, ma'am? I asked you what the name of the doctor was.
Raymond Small.
So you're saying on the record that Dr. Raymond Small saw you in regard to these dogs?
Online.
All right, that's not what Mr. Williams just said. Mr. Williams said that you were seen by a Dr. Raymond Small.
I was never seen, but I obtained them through online services.
All right, thank you. Mr. Williams, did you have anything else that you wanted to tell the court?
Nope, no, Your Honor.
All right. Any further proofs from Ms. Felice or Mr. Williams? Do you have any further proofs in regard to your defense?
Over emails of all the pictures that I have.
All right. Well, you're not in person, and you've been in person, and the first hearing was in person, but you're not in person today. I don't know how to take any tangible evidence from your emails.
If we could postpone this for a few weeks out.
Ma'am, this has been set twice, so we're not adjourning it a second time. Actually, it'd be adjourning it to a third time. Do you have any further proofs, ma'am?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Based on the testimony of the witness and the testimony of all three witnesses that testified, I find that the plaintiffs have proved by preponderance and evidence of the violation of the lease agreement, that the steps of the lease and the demand letter were followed, that there was a violation of section 14 of the lease, which had to do with pets, that inadequate indication of the pets and the ESA that was sought by the property management, and they were told that it was inadequate. So I see it a continuing violation and health hazard. So I believe that the plaintiff has proven their case by preponderance of the evidence, and therefore I will sign an order granting an eviction. So plaintiff proves by preponderance of the evidence.
Your Honor, is the court granting our motion for an immediate writ as well?
We are. I am.
If I may approach.
You may. Thank you, Mr. Whitty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the court is going to sign the order prepared by, and you have, so Ms. Belize and Mr. Williams, you have the date on the order is January 13th, 2020 through 20. I have January 13th, 2023. Is that right?
December, I'm sorry, February 20.
It should be February. Okay.
February 13th is what it should say.
All right. Yeah. So
I crossed out the 10-day date.
All right. So it should be the order is of eviction is February 13th, 2023. That would be going to set your appellate rights are set for 2023 at 2023, February 23. I'm signing that as of today's date. And I'm sure that the property manager will work with you in regards to making sure you're out in a timely fashion, but I've signed the order today. Anything else for the record, docket 2203576, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing for plaintiff, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Belize and Mr. Williams, do you have anything that you want to bring to the court's attention?
No.
All right, so that concludes the file of 2203576. Thank you for your appearance today. Please contact your property manager in regards to fulfill the nature of the order against you. That's all for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Brown, are you still with us on Ms. Chambers' case?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Nice. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-02997. That's Mitchell Property versus Letitia Chambers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Attorney Chris Brown representing plaintiff.
And ma'am, you are Letitia Chambers?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Brown, you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Chambers in a breakout room?
I have, Your Honor. We have a proposed conditional dismissal as to Ms. Chambers. May I put the terms on the record?
Yes.
You may. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers has agreed to pay $1,881.75, which is rent through the end of February, plus court costs of $268.25 for a total amount to be paid of $2,150. And she's going to pay that on or before 2023. And we'd also ask for a default as to Kitot Boyer for possession only with those amounts as to him. Thank you.
That's the second defendant in the suit. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. And I'm assuming he
All right.
did not show up at any previous hearing.
And Mr. Brown, does Ms. Chambers have your permission to sign a conditional dismissal to advance to the court, or is that something she's going to review beforehand?
I have not gotten her permission, but may I get it now? Ms. Chambers, may I have your permission?
Ms.
Yes.
Chambers, do you give Ms. Okay, perfect. All right.
Thank
And
you.
is there anything that was said on the record, Ms. Chambers, that the 2,150 on February 23rd that was different than what you discussed?
No, it is not.
All right. With that understanding, I'll await the order to catch up with the file.
Your Honor, if I may, There was
Sure.
one other item that was discussed, but I think it was resolved. Miss Chambers has mailed in a money order for $150 that is not reflected on the ledger. Hopefully she can research what happened to that, maybe call the number and see if it was ever cashed or whatever. But obviously, if we have that, she'll be given credit for that. But right now, we're unable to locate any money order that I believe she mailed in last week. So maybe it's still in the mail.
All right, so Ms. Chambers, you're going to do some follow-up in regards to that money order to
Yes.
see. All right, thank you. Anything else for the record in the conditional dismissal from you, Mr. Brown, on docket 2202-997?
Nothing at all, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Chambers, you're all set today? I will await the conditional dismissal to come from Mr. Brown, and then I will sign it. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right.
And Your Honor, I'll be submitting that default as to defendant 2, Mr. Boyer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a representative of, I probably should let everybody in, of 1340 South Waverly? And is there a Lynetta Felicia or a Michael Williams here? All right.
Hope my phone don't fuck up. It's my turn.
All right, sir, on the 517-626-4791 cell phone, could you please identify yourself?
What was the number?
Your number, your number? Could you identify yourself?
My name is Mike Franco.
All right, Mr. Franco, you're in the right. You're in the right courtroom. We just have some files before you. All right, so please stand by.
Oh no, that's fine. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was in the right courtroom.
You are.
Sure.
You might want to mute yourself because you're on the Zoom courtroom.
Well, sometimes if I mess with my phone and I lose contact, so I don't even want to mess with it.
All right, then don't say anything because the whole courtroom can hear what you're saying.
Thank you. I'm still connected. Sometimes my phone pops up, seriously. Because
That's a good idea. Just mark it as a packet. Oh, those are mice. All right, you may proceed, sir.
Sir, I also have a picture where they had the mice have dug a hole from the first floor to the basement by the first floor bathroom. There's another picture right here, and then I also have mice trappings. These pictures were taken yesterday as well.
All right, can we just put those in the same packet?
That's fine. I'm trying to get all. I'm trying.
All right, so you go ahead and give those to council to review.
I'm getting the rest of my pictures together. Wait, there was more. There's another one.
All right, your testimony is these pictures were taken at your house, and where were they taken at your house?
There was the one it says I indicated on one that it was taken by the bathroom. They dug a hole from the in the corner all the way down to the basement.
All right.
I also had pictures of the basement floor where they got mice wrappings all over the place.
I'll add that to your packet A.
Okay. There's also a maintenance issue that we discussed with Matt. It was concerning the tub, where he was supposed to fix the tub.
All right, and when was that discussion held?
You have the information.
I don't have it.
Well, I do know with one of their people, Tracy, she mentioned about coming in to fix it, even though this has been on the list since December 21st. The last time that my wife talked to Tracy was when my wife asked about it was November 8th of
2022.
2022. This tub still has not been fixed. I have the conversation for Tracy right here. And other things that she demanded, saying that we were supposed to fix it. My wife also rebutted that they were supposed to fix certain things.
And those are all by text?
Those by text, and I have pictures of the way the tub looks now. So we can't clean it, we can't fix it. They failed to put the T-bar in and failed to get whatever else is down in the drain. So it takes over 24 hours if we don't plunge the tub.
And that was taken yesterday?
It was taken yesterday.
Council, have you had the opportunity to see that photograph?
Well, Your Honor.
That's two roads to be safe. That's for Tracy. That's for Tracy.
And the audience knows there's no recording there's no use of recording devices in the courtroom. This is open to the public. This is all being zoomed on YouTube. So, but recording devices are banned. We understand that. It's really for the sake. It's really because that can be uploaded in any way without any editing or anything like that. That's why this forum isn't open space for anybody to see. No, any objection to me adding this to the packet?
No.
All right, thank you.
I believe Miss Schmidt also said the floor was done and everything else, as far as redone, repaired. But I have pictures where it shows the floor is buckling. The floor is also separated from my cabinets. They basically have left us to ourselves since 2021. Another picture where it shows the floor is buckling and separated from the cabinet. These all pictures were taken yesterday. This is Pat. This whole thing. There's a hole in the floor, or they said they're going to do the floor and everything else, and the guy that turned over only patched the floor, leaving like 2 or 3 holes this way. Another picture right here with the cabinet, the floor separated from the cabinets around the cabinets, they're all mostly in the kitchen. Oh, these are the top pictures I forgot to. admit. So I have those as well.
Council, have you had the opportunity to see those?
Your Honor.
And I think he's got a handful of them. And I'll add those pictures to the same packet. Actually, they're all taken representative of yesterday, so.
Yes. Also remember, Mr. Schmidt saying something about that.
Any objection to these being added to the packet? With the understanding that you have those foundational questions.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So I'll add these photographs to the initial packet with the understanding that this is all based on the credibility of the witness in regards to foundation. You may proceed.
I have the text messages from Mr. Fox. My wife indicated, said, "Good morning, Mr. Fox. I just wanted you to know the basement will be completely cleaned out and finished on Monday." This was before the tag was supposed to be.
And what date is that?
January 15th, 2022.
January 15th, 2022.
Yes. He indicated, "Fantastic news. Please make sure the outside items are also cleaned up. Could you send me photos I can share with the city?" And my wife said yes on the same day. She sent the 6 photos. She took 2 days. And then the photos are right here of the basement that we cleaned the basement out, and we already did everything that was required for us for him to come back out. No one ever came back out to inspect the house. As of basically, there's been several things that happen. We still don't have our lights upstairs in the home. There are mice that run around the home all day long. We can't even have our family over because we don't want to be embarrassed by what they failed to do. They were supposed to clean up the trees that they cut down in the backyard about over a year ago. The trees are still there, and others growing vines over my shed in the back. The tree, this is the whole trees right here, and it's growing vines all over the whole top. My wife also indicated about the basement being wet, and that's when they had to come over and fix the sump pump. But the walls are already just extremely wet, and I got pictures of the basement where it shows mold on the side of the walls. I'm gonna give you all the text messages as well.
All right, and the text messages will be a separate exhibit, so you can give me all those in the separate exhibit.
Let me find the basement picture with the. Here's a picture of my room. There's another light over here. You can might not have good ink in my printer. One light's on, the other light's off. There's also a hole over here. I got a close-up picture where the raccoon put a hole through the ceiling. They never came to fix it.
That's indicative of yesterday?
Yes, these are yesterday.
All right.
There's a close-up picture on that where the raccoon pushed a hole.
You should let council see those. And if you want to give me your text, the photographs of the text, I'll mark those as an exhibit 2.
Where am I looking?
Exhibit B.
This is our original light, and that's the second light. There's a hole right there in the second picture. It's a hole. It's a close-up of that. So that light does not work. You want pictures of all
the text, yeah. And I'll mark those as their own.
Thank you.
Is this, so are those the same text?
No, those
No,
are,
no. There's a lot more to it.
they're all numbered.
All right, those are for the first packet. Thank you. So I've received text from 2021 through 2022.
We haven't had a conversation with them.
And you have some more texts?
That whole stack right there should be checked. I think I gave them all to you, sir.
All right. I'm gonna mark that as Exhibit B.
Yeah, I've got two of these right here. I got a lot more pictures over here.
Give me everything you have, don't, I mean,
I have one of the stacks right now.
right. So if you have council go through them, council needs to go through all these.
Okay.
Right, I only have two questions. Question one, did you put any of this in any writing other than the text?
No, we did. We already.
Is this just, it's a
No,
yes or no?
no, sir.
Okay. Did you put in regards to withholding rental, did you put any money into escrow indicating that you were not going to pay rent because of the property that needed to be done? Because the law requires you to put in money into escrow to withholding rent payments if you believe that work needs to be done on your property.
We hadn't decided that, sir, because I ended up getting sick and I was in the hospital.
But this dates back to 2021.
Yeah, we have more pictures. So we just can't bring a whole book of pictures to you.
All right. All right. Anything else you'd like to share with the court?
I would say,
and I'd allow council to look
she's
at those
supposed to look at it
photos.
first.
Yeah.
Is that it's broken light sockets and everything. I know according to code compliance, that stuff should have been fixed. This stuff, they have not fixed anything or repaired anything since September of last year. It took them like 4.5 months just to get a dead raccoon out of my attic. We still have issues with mice, so we catch 15 to 20 a day or more. As far as my credibility, sir, I'm a minister at a church I refuse to do anything else besides tell the truth. My truth is not subjective, it's objective. I only believe in the one truth.
All right, that's fair, but that's fairly self-serving, and so we're gonna leave any. I'm not gonna say that I believe you because you're a pastor, or I don't believe you because you're a pastor.
I'm a minister. My dad is a pastor, I'm a minister.
Your credibility is wrapped up in you as a person, not what you do for a living.
No, but my credibility, you can ask anyone that knows me.
All right, so you've had the opportunity to review these, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have anything further you want to say to the court? I'm going to put these under packet 2, packet B for text purposes. Do you have anything else you want to tell the court before cross-examination?
When I know there's more to this situation because there was a proposal made for us to go ahead and move out without any kind of repercussions. And the thing about it is I wanted the court to see what the paperwork was instead of hiding it and put it under the rug because I didn't want this to happen to anybody else.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Mr. Williams, when was the last time you contacted maintenance requesting assistance?
Last time we talked to maintenance, it was in November.
In November?
I believe so.
So you've had these issues with mice?
Yes.
And you didn't bother to call back again?
Mr. Fox knew about the
Is
mice.
that a yes or a no, please?
Since then, I haven't spoken to him because I ended up in the hospital.
Okay. So you've been in the hospital every day since then?
No, off and on since then.
Okay, so has your wife called asking for
No,
assistance?
you'd have to answer that question.
Okay. But the raccoon in the attic was removed, correct?
Yeah, after 4 months, yes.
And isn't it true that the sump pump was fixed?
Yes, it was, because there's mold around the sump pump, and they can see that very well.
Okay. Isn't it true that Tracy with Fox tried to get a hold of you with regard to the tub back in December, but there was no response.
I'm not sure. She talked to my wife. She never spoke to me personally.
It would have been by text.
It would be
Okay.
with my wife, not me personally.
And we have a picture, so I'm just trying to understand, you have a picture of a light switch, you said the socket works, but basically it's just, it's a broken cover.
It's broken.
Okay.
That one's fried out. There's 2 of those in there. And that's been fried out ever since. That one, Matt replaced it, but there was never working. He replaced it right before the inspector got there. But it's never worked since it's been there.
And what text does that reflect that you requested that be fixed?
That particular light socket, no, we haven't requested it. We just found out it didn't work because we never used it. And then we found it didn't work.
All right.
Did you advise of black mold or mold in the basement?
We stopped going down there because it kept getting right down there. And I finally went down there yesterday. See, look, it's fast. That's all mice droppings all over the floor.
I'm sorry, it's just exceptionally difficult to tell what it is that I'm looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's more pictures in there where there's a back patio door on the other patio. The window is sliding out of its frame and the bottom is broke. And it's been like this since, I don't know, 2 years.
Did you let
They had inspections, so they would already see that. I shouldn't have to let them know that when they already see it from their own perspective, along with the inspector coming in.
Was the window, that was not, would you agree with me that the window is not part of the code compliance?
I'm not sure what's in the code compliance because my wife dealt with that situation on that level as far as dealing with anything as far as from Fox Land Holdings with Tracy, Matt. On time I talked to Matt, it was when he came over. My dog, as well as my dog is 13 years old and he's not vicious as well. So you cannot, that's another thing. So they had every bit of access they could have came over anytime they wanted to. Because Matt played with the dog. He had the dog in my front yard playing games with it.
Mr. Williams, would you agree with me that you signed the lease?
I signed the lease back in 2019.
And would you agree with me that the lease provides that you're supposed to pay rent on a monthly basis?
Mm-hmm.
And you would agree with me?
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that there's been no rent paid since at least of April of last year?
It's quite possible, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I only have one question. Do any of your texts that you have indicate anything in regards to the black mold?
I'm not sure yet. That's
well, no, I'm asking you. So your answer is I'm not sure.
The black mold is I know that I spoke to Matt personally. I never had.
All right, I'm just asking. You don't know if the text.
I don't know if it's in the text.
All right, thank you. You've answered my question. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Without objection, the witness is excused. Does the defense have any further proofs? Miss Felicia, did you want to testify?
I can testify, but I just have like statements to make and I don't.
Right, we'll save that for summation. All right, we'll allow you to make your statements during summation. Does the defense have any further proofs than the packets that have already been admitted today? All right. With that understanding, the people may proceed to their summation.
Your Honor.
The plaintiff, I should say.
Your Honor, we do have a situation where there is a lease, rent is required to be paid. There's been no rent that's been held aside or put in escrow. There's not been a rent payment paid since April of 2022. It sounds like some issues have been addressed. It sounds like some have maybe not been completed to the satisfaction. However, Ms. Schmid was able to testify that, you know, the pest control people were out, but at the same time, we're not receiving additional notices that there's still the ongoing issue. So at this point, Your Honor, the house is not red tagged, which is a good thing, but at the same time, you know, we are requesting a possession judgment and a money judgment, and that these parties do owe rent and shouldn't be allowed to live there for free.
Response from the defense, and Miss Felicia, you indicated you wanted to make some statements. This is probably the time to make your statements to the court.
Well, I've, oh gosh, how should I say this? We've talked to them several times about the pest and about the things that were going on inside of the home, either by phone or we have talked to them through text. And Mr. Fox was made aware of the situation. Matt was aware of the situation. Tracy was also aware of the situation. I have not really talked to Ms. Smith much. The situations were not taken care of. They came one time to put bait down. They put bait under the sink and they put one, excuse me, he threw it down the stairs. And that is the only bait that has ever been put out for mice. All the other bait has been put out by ourselves. And as far as them not being able to come and make repairs because of the dog being vicious, the dog is not vicious. He's 13 years old. He's old. And we didn't want the dog to get outside because Matt has let the dog outside. And what if a child comes along and something happens? Nobody wants to be responsible for, you know, a situation that didn't have to occur. That's the reason why we preferred to be at home when they came over. It wasn't anything to do with the dog being vicious. I mean, and if the dog has been vicious, no one has ever told us that he's been vicious to them while they've been over there. The repairs that were supposed to be made on the floor in the kitchen, I have forgot the gentleman's name that came by to make the repairs. He had to call back and ask Tracy if he could make the repairs because I was under the assumption that he was coming to repair the hole that was in front of our kitchen sink. When he got there, he did something completely different. He did one under the refrigerator in the kitchen and one by the bathroom in the downstairs bathroom. And that wasn't even what I was told, you know, and I would have those texts, but we didn't text. We talked on the phone. Tracy and I did about that. So it's a lot of things that have occurred. And I do know and understand that rent is due, but it was like after we got off of Section 8, they did not pay. I mean, they didn't come in to do anything. It was like they kept the place up long enough for it to be okay by Section 8. And then after that, no repairs were made. And if there were repairs made, they were far and few between. Sure, I do, like I said, I do understand and I do know that we owe rent. But I do know that they didn't hold up to their part when they were talking about everything was habitable. It was not. You know, so I do understand that.
Thank you. Well, the law requires that in this hearing, I consider all the evidence. Most of these photos were taken yesterday, and this dates back to April of 2022. I don't think there's an issue as to rent, previous rent here. I just don't see it as to that there's 10 months of rent unpaid. Which creates a problem because the initial request for possession is for $12,000 and $256.56. That, I believe, has been proven by a preponderance of the evidence. There doesn't seem to be any question. The question, it seems to be as to habitability, and the law provides for that. The law provides for what you should do if the place is inhabitable. One of the things you do is you put it in writing. You indicate to the property manager in writing, and not by text, but in writing, these are the problems we have with the property. You need to fix these. And then it's dated and they have it, and then they go from there. I don't have that. I have something like that, but I don't have that. I also, the photographs are all from yesterday, which is good for yesterday, but it doesn't indicate the last 2 years that have been going on. That also the law requires that you place if you are going to withhold rent because of the inhabitability of the nature, that you put it in escrow. And there's been no proof of escrow at all here. So I do find that by preponderance of the evidence, the 10 months and attorney fees are owed. You know, it seems like Sarah took care of some of the money and then it became a problem. Mr. Williams and there on some level is, I think everybody's asking, why would you want to live there if you're so unhappy there? But you know, we're not gonna broach that question. That's just my thoughts on the question. There could be a million answers to that, all right? The money damages I'm concerned about, because I don't know where exactly the $11,000 of money damages comes from. So counsel, if you can, I mean, I see the rent and I see the 10 months.
Yes.
I don't see the damage to property for 11,000.
The money judgment prorates rent through today's date.
So that's through today and then through January 13th.
February 13th.
From February 13th.
So rent due through January 31st was $10,800.
Okay.
Prorated rent for February up to today's date is $503.23.
Okay, so that's the prorated rent through today.
Correct. That's $11,303.23.
Now I'm confused. Is that's taken from the 12,000 that you've indicated? Where does the 11,000 come from?
Your Honor,
Are those the
money judgment is for rent through today, not
Right.
like through the end of February.
right? So that's $503
Or yes, plus the 10,800.
plus the 10,800. Okay, which is already part of the past 10 months rent. Correct?
Not in terms of the money judgment, Your Honor.
Right. So the possession judgment is $12,000
Correct.
plus the $503 through rent through today.
No, Your Honor. A possession judgment is rent to retain, and in order to do that, they would have to pay up through at the end of February, which will be $12,000 of rent. However, the
Through
money.
February of 2023.
Correct.
Okay, and then you're asking for that same amount
The
on money damages.
The money judgment is rent prorated through today, not through the end of February, and it's
So that's $503.
plus the 10,800 that
I think we're saying the same thing.
we might be,
I
but
think-
I think that I just don't want to say yes because I'm
Right.
not hearing that.
So
the money
this is so in order to possess the property, the 12,000 plus court costs are 12,256.56. That's the possession, and then the money judgment would take money of any prorated rent, which is $503, which goes on top of that 12,000.
It will go through the end of January because we're not trying to double dip.
All right, that's so I have 12,000. So I have $12,256.56.
Yes, for the possession.
For possession.
Correct.
And then I have $503 for the money judgment.
No, you're still forgetting the court. Respectfully, Your Honor, the court is still forgetting all the rent that led up to that. The
But
10,000.
isn't that in the possession judgment?
But we have to, yes, it has to be restated again for a
Right.
money judgment.
Right, but when I want to tell them what to pay, they're not going to pay 12,000 and 11,000.
No.
That's $23,000.
Right.
Okay. So I'm just telling them what they need to, why I'm ordering. You've proven to me that $12,256.56 of possession should be granted. You're also proven to me that any rent up until today and up until we give possession back to the property manager should be given. I have that through today at $503. Now you can add the possession rent that we already discussed, but I'm not gonna add that to the money judgment.
Well, Your Honor, then if the
Yeah,
money
you-
judgment is only for the prorated piece of February, then I guess you're losing me of why do they not have to pay for,
Because what's the $12,256 for?
that's if they want to retain possession of the premises.
All right. I see where you're going with this. All right, so I will grant the possession judgment of 12,000. I believe that you've proven your case by preponderance of the evidence of $12,256. So it's 12,000 and then $256 court costs to retain possession. So that's $12,256 and 56 cents to retain possession. And if possession's not retained, then we would do a money judgment, which would prorate the rent all the way through today's date, which is the 12,000, which is 12,000 plus the five. So it's $12,256.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
You may. Do you have an order?
I do.
You're losing me on this money judgment part of it. So that is it's $12,256.56 for possession judgment.
Yes, Your Honor, if you'd like to see calculations that.
A possession judgment was previously entered on $11,303 plus the $256.
This just kind of helps the court understand how the 11,303 was arrived at.
All right. But they of course pay one or the other.
Correct.
Right. I see. And you're looking for it 10 days from today, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you lived there?
13.
Do you really expect them to pack up and leave in 10 days?
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I don't have authority in order to say anything beyond.
All right.
What
I know.
is already allowed.
It seems 10 days is unrealistic to have you. I'm going to indicate that you have 30 days from today's date. Okay, 30 days from today's date to either make the possession judgment of $12,256, which would retain the possession of the property, correct?
Yeah.
Or to pay the money damage of $11,559.79.
Yes, the money judgment is if they move out, then
If they move out.
we can seek to collect the 11,000.
Right. So do you understand those two numbers then?
Yes.
Okay. But I think it'll be 30 days. I will give you till March. Today's the 13th. 1, 2, 3. Let's give you till March 14th. (2023) at 5 o'clock. Either pay or to vacate, and then you have to be out by that date for the property 30 days. I think that's more realistic to give you 30 days after this amount of time that you've lived there. So it's going to be dated as of today, but I'm giving you 30 days to move out. All right, because I'll sign this today.
Your Honor, I just want to indicate to you, we had no intentions of staying there.
Okay.
Because of the situation, I just wanted to express my disdain for the whole situation about the vermin and as well as the raccoon and everything else in there, because that made it inhabitable.
I understand. I will put in, if the court further orders, 30 days to pay possession or money judgment. And I'll write the same in the Register of Actions, and that is for March 14th, 2023 at 5 o'clock. Anything further on this case 2202-926, Ms. Kunkel? Anything for the defense, Ms. Williams or Mr. Williams or Ms. Felicia? Okay, you're all set. You have 30 days to either to pay the property or to vacate, okay? Right. That's all for the record in that file. If you want a copy of the order, I'll have my court officer give you a copy.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Williams and Mr. and Ms. Williams, you can take your packets back. Do we have a representative of Capital Commons?
Good afternoon, Judge Carrie Zanin, P67390.
All right, 979. And do we have a Tyrone Haywood here? Tyrone Haywood? All right. This one will go much faster than the last one. So we're on the record in docket 2202979. This is Capital Commons versus Tyrone Haywood. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Carrie Zanin, P67390 on behalf of the plaintiff. Judge, can I just tell Judge in Grand Haven I'll be right back, please?
All right. I understand you're in several courts, so.
Judge, I'll be right back. I'm on the record, please. Just a default on, give me 2 minutes, please. Please, please, please. Judge, I'm back.
All right. This was set for 2:15. It is now 4:05. It appears that Mr. Haywood has not appeared. He failed to appear previously. How would you like to proceed, counsel?
Plaintiff moves for a default judgment for possession only, rent retained $12,091.82, court cost of $175, total rent retained $12,266.82, asking for possession only, writ issue date of February 23, 2023, and I can submit a judgment via email this afternoon, Judge, as soon as I'm done in Grand Haven. And I've smoothed over that, Judge.
Okay, the court will await the order to catch up with the file. Numbers were placed on the record. Anything else for the record in 2202979? Your default is granted, and I will sign your order, if not this afternoon, tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon, Judge.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Mr. Brown, are you set on Dolores Pena?
Is she in the courtroom? I saw somebody stand up.
She is in the courtroom. She is in the courtroom, and if I remember correctly, we adjourned this for 60 days for second formal. And this was set for a control date today. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Have you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Pena concerning this matter?
I have not.
Ms. Pena, would you like to speak with Mr. Brown concerning any of these issues? Yeah. All right, go ahead and have a seat. Once my court officer gets back, we'll put her on the iPad and we'll put you in a breakout room. All right, Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I just told you have to wait longer, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Or since it is 10 minutes after 4, if I could get her telephone number, if the court would allow, just adjourn us to your next formal date. In the meantime, I would just need a direct telephone number to her, and I will call her and we'll set up a time.
All right. Do you have do you prefer that? Would that be preferable?
Yeah,
it
fine.
would.
They have my email as well. So.
All right.
But they have
if you write it down for us, we'll make sure Mr. Brown is provided with your contact information, and we'll just set it.
Okay.
So
I know. I was like, I gotta go get my daughter.
Yeah, so go ahead and sign that, and then we'll make sure Mr. Brown has it. And let's reset this. So information provided by plaintiff, by tenant. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
And we will email that to you, Mr. Brown, so you have that.
Thank you.
Phone number. And then let's set it for formal hearing. Reset it, since that hearing took some time.
Excuse me.
Our first available date or make up the date?
We can do 6 weeks out, I think.
Yes, timing is not an issue on this case. It's only
All right, then
a money claim.
let's just set it for a regular hearing, a formal hearing. So yeah, so because we may have something that's, if timing's not an issue on this case.
Since we already have
So what's
possession.
our next formal hearing date? Brown, Mr. Brown, you indicated that that possession's already been granted.
That's correct.
All right. We're like April 7th. Okay, so April 24th at 2:45. We'll set it for formal hearing, and then we'll wait to hear from you, Mr. Brown, okay?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record, docket 22-02599, Mr. Brown?
Only to let Miss Pena know that I will call her sometime between 9 and noon tomorrow, if okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And we're going to email that. Mr. Brown, what's your email address?
Your Honor, is there a way
Where do you want
just
the
to-
numbers? Where do you want the number sent? Just the email address that goes with the firm?
Actually, is there a way for you to send it through chat?
I don't
can
know.
get it right now.
You're much more sophisticated than I am by saying the word chat.
Okay.
But I think we can, yeah. We'll get you the number for tomorrow morning, okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. That's all for the record, 22-02599. Thank you, Ms. Pena. You're all set.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kozert was here. Kind of lost him. Mr. Whitty, are you ready on, is it Boynton and Collins?
Yes.
All right. So 03061. So we're on the record in docket 22-03061. That is Boynton and Boynton versus Timothy Collins and Sultana Rahim. The parties please introduce themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right. And sir, you are?
My name is Dave Johnson.
Okay. Is that your property manager?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
So it appears that I've checked the Zoom courtroom. Yes. What's that? Oh, it's right. We have to reset this. We now know where Mr. Collins is. He has to be rid out from jail. We did know where he was before. When did we find that out? What's that? This morning. Yeah, we found that out this morning. So let's see if we can build a date to get in sooner than April.
I'd appreciate that, Your Honor. We're at over $15,000.
Yeah, so this is we have to reset the formal hearing and writ. And writ Timothy Collins. Yeah, we need to bring him over. See if we can.
I can pop them in on the 27th.
Yeah,
From what I believe his girlfriend indicated he'd get this by tomorrow.
all right.
But
So,
for what it's worth, we'll do it at 2 o'clock on the 27th.
so March 27th.
No,
Your Honor, February 27th, I am out of the office.
Okay.
All right.
I apologize.
No, maybe the following week? No. He's in custody today. I don't know by the time we set it, if he'll still be in custody, but we'll set it.
March 13th at 2?
March 13th at 2 o'clock.
That'll work for me, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll reset it for March 13th at 2 o'clock. Mr. Collins is in Ingham County.
That's our understanding.
Okay. My understanding, he's presently in the Ingham County Jail and he was not brought over, and as we found out this morning. If I'd known that, I would have called this before. If I'd remembered that, I would have called this before we just sat through the hearing. Anything else on docket 22-03061, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing from planning.
All right, thank you. You're all set.
Hazardous situation.
It's a terminated tenancy. And then, Mr. Whitty, I think we can call your next case. So we're on the record in docket 22-03062, H&H Real Property versus Ivan Delgado.
Good afternoon, Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff, H&H Real Property Management. Don Hoover is also present on behalf of the plaintiff.
And sir, are you Ivan Delgado? No. Oh, no, right here. Oh. Okay, and we have an interpreter. All right, so let me swear you in, ma'am, all right? And Mr. Whitty, have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Delgado through the interpreter?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Please state your name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record.
Norma Baptista, Norma Baptista.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true and understandable interpretation to Mr. Delgado, and that you will accurately interpret the statements made to Mr. Delgado for the courtroom to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. So recall the case, docket 22-03062. And that is H&H Real Property versus Ivan Delgado. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of H&H Real Property Management Company. Don Hoover is also present on behalf of the plaintiff.
Thank you. And go ahead. So you are Ivan Carranza Delgado. Okay. This is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. Mr. Whitty, would it be beneficial, you know better than I do, to speak with Mr. Delgado through an interpreter concerning some of these issues?
I wouldn't mind doing that briefly.
All right. So let's adjourn this case and allow Mr. Whitty and the property manager, of course, if wanted to leave the courtroom, and you can discuss some of these matters through the interpreter.
If I could indulge, ask the court's indulgence, can we take my other file before I talk to them?
Yes, we can.
Hopefully we can get some people out of here.
All right. So Mr. Whitty will meet you out there. We're going to do one more case with Mr. Whitty, okay? And that's the Ron Holding case.
Correct.
So we're on the record in docket 22-03063. That's Ron Holdings LLC versus Lillian Reed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff, Ron Holdings. Also present is Eugenia Zachs Carney, the property manager.
All right. And ma'am, are you Lillian Reed?
Yes.
All right. This is a time set for a formal hearing in the matter. Mr. Whitty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I'm prepared to proceed. I have not had a chance to discuss this matter with Ms. Reed yet.
All right.
So maybe we should go out in the hall and do that.
All right, Ms. Reed, would you like an opportunity to speak with a legal representative concerning this matter? This is the time set for hearing. Maybe you can resolve this rather than go to hearing. All right. So, Mr. Whitty, you've got two parties out there. They're all yours. All right.
Thank you. I'll try to take care of it as quickly as I can.
All right. Thank you. All right, and that's Mr. Say it again. So we'll call to the record docket 22-03812. That's Rick Beebe versus Alana York. Mr. Beebe has been here a long time because I saw him here right before lunch. So let's call 22-03812. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? All right. And this is the time set for a formal hearing today. I do not see Alana York on the Zoom courtroom. Is there anybody by the name of Alana York in the present courtroom? This was scheduled for 2:30. It is now 4:18. The defendants failed to appear. Mr. Beebe, I'm assuming you're asking for a default today?
Correct.
So the default is granted. What I will do is let's print off a default. Oh, you've got it already?
Yeah, last
You
time
came, we kind of had this discussion, I think.
yeah.
All
This
right.
is a follow-up to,
All right. All right, so that's the total for possession is indicated at 5,200. I'm gonna sign. I'm gonna indicate the default's granted, and I'll write that in. I'm gonna give it to so default granted, order signed. And I'll give the copy. You can get a copy from my court officer, all right? Okay. Any questions, Mr. Beebe, about anything we did today, other than making you wait an entirely long period of time? All right, that's all for the record in docket 2203-812. And you can get a copy of that from my court officer.
thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there a Solomon Rice, R-A-I-S? Is there an April Thrush?
Right here.
All right. Ma'am, you can come up here. And Mr. Koster, I'll call your case next. So we're on the record in docket 22-03320. That's Solomon Rice versus April Thrush. This is the time set for a formal hearing. I see Mr. Franco is here on a different case. Mr. Akanicki, this is not your case, correct?
No, Your Honor. I'm just here for Mr. Franco's
All right.
case.
All right. So this is the time set for a hearing today. It appears that the plaintiff is not here. This was set on December 28th for a formal hearing today on February 13th. It appears both parties met in a breakout room. This was a live hearing. Ms. Thrush is here from the defense. I don't see the plaintiff, Mr. Rice, here. Did you expect him here today?
Yes.
Yes, you did. All right. Well, I'm going to assume if the plaintiff is not here, that there's Thank you, Daniel. Mr. Akanicki, are you here on docket 22030066 Michael Franco's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I have this, that you met in a breakout room. It was set for formal hearing by Zoom, was appropriate. Have you had I'm just trying to figure out, we only have it's 4:35. I'm trying to figure out what cases what cases are movable and what cases we're gonna have to reset.
Well, I know that last time we were here, I met with Mr. Franco in a breakout room, and I don't know if he can hear me now, but he basically indicated that he would 100% be out before we came back. I talked to my clients, and they kind of looked at the property and they were unsure if he was out or not. So I guess
Mr. Franco, do we need a formal hearing on this, or has position been turned over to the property management company?
Star 6 needs to press star.
And you, Mr. Franco, you should hit *6 in order to unmute yourself.
Oh, there he is.
Nope. Now, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Franco. The Zoom courtroom can hear you. I'm just wondering if we actually need a formal hearing on this, because we're going to need to adjourn it because we're running out of time today, or if this is something that you're no longer in possession of the property.
No, I'm totally out of the premises. I was trying to get a hold of them today to give them the keys, but there was no contact. But I am totally out of the premises.
All right. So that would mean there's no need for a formal hearing today, Mr. Akanicki. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if Mr. Franco, if you could just provide me with your phone number, I might have it, but if you could just provide me with that, I can link you up with the property manager so you can do that with the keys.
517.
Okay.
626.
Okay.
4792.
Okay. If he's indicating that he's out, Your Honor, I don't have any reason to. We can dismiss this matter.
All right. So I'll await for your dismissal. But you'll follow up to make sure that Mr. Franco is out. But I'll await your dismissal to catch up with the file.
That works. Thank you.
All right.
I am totally out, Your Honor. The possession as of right now is turned back over to the property manager or whoever owns that property.
All right. So that's all for the record in 22030066. Mr. Akanicki and Mr. Franco, thank you for being so patient. Today, it appears that this file has been resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes. All right. We're going to do both of Mr. Whitty's cases. Is to me, we're not going to have time for any hearing. All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00003, Todd Dowrick versus Kenneth Reed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Todd Dowrick, plaintiff.
All right. And sir, you are Kenneth Reed?
Yes, sir.
All right. This time set for a formal hearing. And as you can tell, it's 4:38. Is this going to formal hearing today, Mr. Dowrick?
Yes.
All right.
Shouldn't take long.
All right, Mr. Reed, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
No.
Is that a no, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Is this for non-payment?
This, Your Honor.
Oh, this is a hazard. Yeah.
Yes. Health
All
hazard.
right. So I'm going to go ahead and take testimony concerning this matter. Mr. Dowrick, you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Mr. Dowrick, you may proceed.
Okay, Your Honor, this is a health hazard to the property and also a health hazard to everyone living in this 14-unit apartment building. Mr. Reed has not had electric on in his apartment for many months, I believe dating back to October. I became aware of it and sent him a notice back on December 13th, 2022. There still is no electric on. Mr. Reed has showed me how he rigs up a car battery to make, to use electricity when he wants or when he needs it. Also, he talked to me and told me that he had a carbon or a generator that he could use for electricity as well. Both of these things are fire hazard and carbon monoxide hazard to everyone in the building. The building could burn down, people could die from carbon monoxide poisoning. So it's been probably since October, there's been no electricity on the property. In addition, Mr. Reed is a former homeless person, and he is very sympathetic to homeless people. He has been letting homeless people into the apartment building, and they have been sleeping in the hallways, breaking into storage rooms in the basement. I have a witness here that will testify that on many occasions, probably 10 to 15, we have had homeless people in the facility. And what we do is the manager calls the police, non-emergency number. The police come to the property. They remove the homeless people, but in the process is ask the homeless people, how are you getting into the building? And they're saying, Ken Reed let me in. And that's happened on several occasions. So I am asking for an immediate writ. I'm asking for a money judgment only, no possession judgment. The money judgment would include rent owed from December of $139.35. January's rent is $750, late fee of $50 for January. February rent prorated to today's date, February 13th. That would be $348.21, a late fee of $50. This would total $1,337.56. Court costs of $138.52 for a grand total of $1,476.08. Again, money judgment only, immediate writ. Is my request.
All right. So are you in possession of the property, or is that still to be determined?
The tenant's in possession of the property.
All right. Tenants in possession. Do you have any questions of Mr. Dowrick, sir?
No.
All right. Mr. Reed, do you have any proofs today concerning anything that's been going on for the court to consider? Or do you want to make a statement?
Yeah, I do want to make a statement.
All right, go ahead, sir.
All I want to say is, I did tell them about the generator and the battery. I never used it. The generator don't even work.
Okay.
It never works. I never used either one of them. I just said it just to get them, kind of get them off my back. But other than that, I do plan on leaving.
All right.
But I do need time.
All right. You signed the lease. The lease was signed as of, if by May 23rd, 2022. In that lease, you indicated that you would keep electricity up to date in this matter, which it appears that has not happened by concerning. So I find that the plaintiff has proven their case by preponderance of the evidence. I will give you some time to get out. All right. But not a lot of time.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I don't let homeless people in the building.
All right. All right.
I mean, they do come visit me, and I let certain people in to come to my apartment. But all the sleeping in the hallway, that's not nothing to do with me.
All right. Let's so I find by preponderance of the evidence that the plaintiff has proven their case. And I will order a money judgment of $1,337.56. Court costs $138.52. Total judgment of $1,476.08. I would give you 10 days. Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Yes, I was homeless when I came to the building, to the place, but I wasn't paying the rent. It was being paid through Holy Cross.
All right. All right. You understand that so I will give you, I will give you, what I'll do is do you have a writ for me to sign today?
I do have a writ, yes.
All right. So I'm gonna indicate for the record when the date, I'll sign the writ today. Today is February 13th. I'm gonna give you to February 24th to vacate the property. Okay, that's the end of the week and next week to get your stuff and get out. So I'm indicating that for the record. It's February 25th at 5 o'clock. Should give you sufficient time to get out of there, and I'll sign your writ today. Okay.
Would you like me to submit the money judgment to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll send that in tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to sign this on February 13th, 2023. I'm going to say, I'm going to get possession to be turned over as of February 24th at 5 o'clock. And that should give you sufficient time to vacate the premises. All right, sir? All right, anything else for the record, docket 230003, Mr. Dowrick?
No, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Reed?
No, sir.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Good luck to you, sir, okay?
You too.
Do I take that writ down?
Yeah, you can, he can make a copy of it for the file, but you're gonna have to take it down to them. And you're running out of time.
Yes. Tomorrow's another day.
It is. Tomorrow's another day.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Whitty? Yeah. All right. Well, we'll stand by for him to get here. We got, both his cases are still remaining. We'll take care of those.
So I gotta take it down and pay her, right? After that writ? I have to take it down and pay the writ.
Yeah, I'm uncertain.
I'll take it down there and pay. I think I gotta pay the $15.
All right, all right.
So I can have that.
Yeah, he can go with you and then he'll take the file down with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So you can call whatever you want with her in here.
We only have 2 cases left.
I know, but there's a reason I asked you to call the recess.
What's that? Oh, I didn't even know you called a recess.
Well, I said, can we call a recess? And you said it in a minute.
Oh, and then I just got caught up in what I was doing.
Does she still need me to?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna, yeah. Evidently, I don't pay attention.
I tried to do that. No.
But you would not be the first person to tell me that. Thank you, Addie, for. All right, Mr. Whitty, what case would you like to go with next?
Your Honor, take either one. Let's see here.
We'll do Miss Reed and then we take our time with the interpreter.
That sounds like a good idea.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-03063. That's Ron Holdings LLC versus Lillian Reed, and the parties have already introduced themselves for the record. Mr. Whitty, did you have a chance to speak with Miss Reed outside in regards to some of these issues?
I did, Your Honor, and the parties have agreed to a entry of a consent judgment in this matter.
All right.
If I may put the terms on the record, there's currently rent to retain possession in the amount of $8,788.12. Court costs are $241.12. Total amount is $9,029.24. Money judgment is also requested in this case. The money judgment with rent prorated through today would be $8,212.23. Court costs are $241.12 for a total money judgment of $84.53.35. I did have a chance to discuss Ms. Reed's rights under MCR 4.201I, and after reviewing the judgment, she signed it. If I may approach.
You may. And Ms. Reed, is there anything that was placed on the record that was not already discussed?
No.
All right. And so do you understand all the numbers that we talked about And you're in agreement with that? All right. I have an order here to sign for the previously discussed numbers. I will sign that. And we'll hold on to that while Nathaniel's, but you've got another case here. But Ms. Reed, I've signed that order for this file. And so you should be all set if you have any questions of me.
No.
All right. All right, Ms. Reed, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance
All right,
today.
thank you.
All right. We'll say that for Nathaniel. He can make a copy. And then we'll call the next case. All right. So in regards to 22-04183. We're on the record of docket 22-04183. Parties have already introduced themselves for the record. And Mr. Whitty, did you have a chance to speak with the interpreter and Mr. Delgado out of the presence of the court?
I did, Your Honor, and I'm pleased to report we've reached a resolution in this matter.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think this is just a case of a little miscommunication and confusion. It's a land contract matter, and payments have been made under the land contract, but sporadically. So we've had periods where there weren't monthly payments, which is why we have an arrearage, even though they've paid in advance on some other places.
Okay.
So where we're at right now is there's an arrearage of $6,798. Court costs are $160.88 for a total amount of $69.58.88.
So
now,
so that's a total amount of $69.58.88.
correct. Now, there was a check for $3,000 that was deposited a day or two ago. It hasn't cleared yet. So if that check clears, obviously that's going to reduce this balance by $3,000.
Right.
Mr. Delgado understands he has 90 days to pay that amount to resolve this case. That doesn't include, obviously, ongoing payments.
Right. So Mr. Delgado, you understand that you have 90 days to pay up the $6,958.88 minus the $3,000 if that's accredited to your account.
Okay.
Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And so so with that understanding that now that we have the interpreter here, which seems to be helpful, how did you want the court to proceed? Did you want us to set it for a review date or?
Your Honor, I have a consent check.
Okay, so this is by way of consent judgment?
Correct. I may approach.
You may. Thank you. Also, so the consent judgment indicates the amount that we discussed of $6,958.88. I am signing that consent judgment for the record. And understand that you have 90 days in order to make that debt good. And it's my understanding that there's been a check written for $30,000 that'll be credited to that account as long as they can verify that.
Okay.
All right. Did we discuss anything on the record that you don't understand? All right. Okay. Do you have any questions of me, sir?
No.
All right. Well, that's so. Anything else, Mr. Whitty, on 22-03062?
I would mention that I did discuss his rights under MCR 4.201I and that he understood.
Thank you. All right, so that's all for the record in 22-03062. Mr. Whitty, we'll give you copies of this for your files. We'll take the originals, but that's all for the record in that file. You're all set, sir, okay?
Thank you.
And thank you for your assistance, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your patience. Thank you. Long day, huh?
It's a little bit. We knew it was gonna be.
Yeah, I managed to run down the hall and handle my hearing in front of Judge Buchanan.
At least it's all at once.
You know, I was in Hillsdale this morning, and so it's just been Monday.
Well, it's been a Monday. I would hate to see the mileage on your car, Mr. Whitty.
Well, Joy and I wore out a couple of cars in 2019. I mean, we were just all over the place, and then COVID hit, and I'm just now starting to have more in-person hearing.
Right.
But I'm still doing an awful lot by Zoom.
Yeah.
And I really am of two minds on that. The Zoom is from a business
I forgot about him. All right, Mr. Whitty, thank you for your appearance today, and we got some FTAs to call, and we're all set.
Have a great day.
You
Thank
too. Thanks. All right, so we're on the record and docket. I gotta find these on the. That's a so we're on the record in docket 2204-183. That's Mark Fox versus Jessica Hahn and Ryan Duchette. This is the time set for live hearing today. It appears that no parties have appeared in this case. Nathaniel, no parties appeared on this case. All right. So I'm going to dismiss the file for fail to appear by both parties. Both parties. So that's all for the record, docket 2204-183. And then the other two files, I believe, are Mr. Whitty's files. There's two of those, right? So that's, let me call those because I think we already put those on the record. That is docket 2203-063. And that one, you can provide Mr. Whitty a copy of the order that I signed. And docket 2203-06. And you can provide Mr. Whitty with the consent. I think that was a consent judgment that I did sign already. And I don't have any more files. So that's all on that. At 5:05, we're all set.